Good morning. Welcome to the classiest place on earth and happy fucking Sunday. I apologize if the music was super loud. Thank you for letting me know, Mickey. If it's loud again, just let me know. It's decimals upon the fucking decimals. Good morning. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I changed my therapy sessions to Wednesdays. I've been trying to do this for quite some time. It's just, therapists have other patients and shit like that. So I've been trying desperately to change my appointment. So literally the only reason that the entire day was fucked is my therapy appointment was always right in the middle. It was always like at 1 or 2. Like just, dead center of the day, which sucked. So I've been desperately trying to get a new appointment, like just not in the middle of the day sometime. And I finally was able to move my normal therapy appointment to Wednesdays after stream. So I have to end stream like on the fucking dot at 3 p.m. my time. But other than that, it's great. I'm so excited. They are. Mickey, they're so fucking weird. Weekend appointments are weird. They never used to do them. We never had, like, literally, I've never had a doctor that ever did anything like that before COVID. And now that everything's like telecommunication appointments for the most part, until you have to like go in, they're like, whatever, let's do an appointment, like anytime, which is really bizarre. But it's nice because I can get, my appointment now is on Wednesdays at night, which is nice. Oh, yeah. I mean, Mickey, it's weird because we've all been bitching about it for years, like, since I can remember that, things are open too often, and they just keep being more and more open. I don't know. I feel bad for people. Like, nothing's ever closed. Psycho, I've looked at a few of them, actually. Someone actually bought me one of them you told me about. I didn't even realize that someone gifted it to oh my god. Also, Gluttony gifted me a game yesterday that looks so fucking scary. I don't know. That's scary. Thanks, Glut. I don't even remember what it's called, but it looks like a fucking horror story. Um, Black what is it? Blacktail? Sorry, there's a mark on my monitor. Blacktail, I think. Someone gifted it to me anonymously. Sorry, it's just something on my monitor I'm wiping off. Um, Not Bramble, although Zach told me that song isn't or that game is on my wish list. Bramble's on my wish list. It's just super expensive. So I have not like it's on my wish list. I'll keep an eye out for it, but you guys know I'm on game diet. So unless something's like $1, I'm not getting any new games at all until it's like Hades or something like that. But the game that got me is called Amanda the Adventurer. And I thought it was like a fucking children's game. No shit. It looks like a children's game. It's like a little girl and a sheep with an apple. It looks like it's like a kindergarten game. It says, join Amanda and her pal Wooly on a series of adventures as they explore and learn about our wonderful world. With several new play along, laugh along, learn along adventure episodes. There's always fun to be had. Just make sure to do everything Amanda says or she might get angry. And it literally looks like a fucking, like, do you guys remember when we played Control and those weird little videos? Oh god, they were the Trash Kids or something like that. The something kids, that's what it reminds me of. So I'm nervous and scared. My internet's working right now. My internet always works, Mickey. It's literally just because the only time it doesn't work is if fuckface over there, my love, tries to download a game. He's sleeping. Do you have the yeah, I was literally just gonna say, Mickey, do you have that Ukrainian singer? Thank you for being on the same wavelength. Hold on. 7 ads, no thanks. Get an ad blocker. I have a really hard time with anybody that bitches about ads to me. Like, fucking learn how to use the internet and get an ad blocker. I don't know what to do for you. The internet has ads, man. That's the world. Welcome to it. Hold on one sec. I was just moving screens. Slava Ukraini. Is it Ukraini or Ukraine? Slava Ukraine? Slava Ukraine. I don't know. I'm terrible at it. It's bad. I don't want to be insulting. Slava Ukraine. Or is it Ukraini? How do you pronounce it, I guess? It looks like Ukraini to me, but I don't know. King of the Castle, or have you considered what's King of the Castle? Is that the one? I can't. Well, Cocky literally, he suggested that. He was like, it's kind of an expensive game. So if I'm ever like one day that he's doing like 100-month sub game or something on a console, he's gonna let me sign into his Steam and play it over here. What sucks is you just can't be signed into Steam at the same time on 2 different computers. My friend learned to play piano by ear. Personally, hold up. Personally, I feel learning to play with his hands would have been easier. That Ukraine song auto-played on mute. I hate my life. Autoplays a curse. Oh my god, what Zelda? Oh my god, Cocky, which Zelda are they playing? I mean, yeah, which I thought I said, oh my god, Zelda, which Cocky are they playing? Oh my god. Chief Green and Will. Oh my god, there's been 2 resubs. How did I miss this? Thank you guys so much for resubbing the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it into swings for so fucking long. Holy shit. Chief Green with 38 months and fucking Will with 52. Holy dicks.
I'm a terrible person, and I'm sorry I missed those. Fuck. Thank you, lovers.
Oh, Benadryl's gross. Oh, Benadryl always fucks me up. I hope you don't get fucked up. Which Zelda are they playing? It's very important. I love Zelda so much. Zeke has played King of the Castle. That's the one he plays with his community, right? I've thought about it. Do I have to buy it? Because I'm on a game, like, I'm trying to keep my... I've been really, really good about this game diet. I haven't bought any games this year. I've been really good about it because I have so many unplayed games. You do. Maybe I want to. I love the idea of a community game. I've just, like, vowed to myself not to buy any games this year. I do have over 350 unplayed games in my Steam library. It's asinine. You know? I don't know. I'm just trying. It's... Ugh. Ugh. Green, I owe you a fucking cheers. Let's pack a bowl. I'm sorry, Honeybean. I can't believe I missed those. I'm a dick. Breath of the Wild? Oh, shit. We were just talking about... I gotta grind up weed. We were just talking about Breath of the Wild the other day because I think Vissy was brought up. She's still waiting for me to finish it because I never finished it. And I swear to you, I have tried to play it like 4 different times offline just to try to grind through this part that I get not stuck in, but there's a part of the game where I just am not having fun anymore. And it's like, I can't remember if it's like right around when you hit the Zora area or something like that, but it's just like all of the sudden the game gets like the game scaling is off. You are so fucking weak. Your weapons just break on one hit. And I just get bored. Like, I hate the degrading weapon feature. That shit drives me fucking crazy. I don't know why they came up with that. Yeah, Cable, I love Zelda. Like, I want to like it. I guess that's my problem. I'm sure you feel the same way. Like, if you like Zelda, you want to love it. You want to, because it's the Zelda universe, it's the Zelda music, and it is a beautiful game. But there are some features in it that make me want to die. Does that count towards free games? No, because that's not buying. Cuties, what up, Greg? How are you? That's what I've been doing, Psycho. That's what I've been doing this year. We've actually already beat 5 games out of my Steam library. And like, for those that haven't heard about me talking about my game diet or whatever, I do have over 350 unplayed, untouched games in my Steam library. And I'm trying desperately to not buy new games because it just feels bad. It feels stupid. Like, I have potentially hours and hours and hours of entertainment just sitting on my computer, and I'm like buying more. You know, it's like going grocery shopping when your cupboards are full. That's what it feels like. So I've just been, trying to get through them. I've taken like a week off of the games just simply because my voice has been fucked. And luck of the draw, the 3 games that I have going right now are all games that are like not VO'd at all. I have to read everything. And unfortunately, there are a lot of dialogue. Unfortunately, fortunately, whatever. And like, obviously, talking and just reading does not destroy my voice. It's making up voices for everybody, but that's the way I keep myself entertained. I can't not do it. So that's the only reason. Like, we have Boyfriend Dungeon going, and what was the other one? Pyre. And Bug Snacks, I realized I have not beat yet. I still have it downloaded. Bug Snacks is one that there's actually VO in, thank fuck. But all those other ones, there's so much fucking reading. God damn it. Voice act your fucking games, for fuck's sake. My throat can't take it. Yes, it is. It's like a Monster Hunter, but your weapons break. It gets a bit better once you get the Master Sword, and that's the thing. I get bored. Like, it's like I feel like I'm forcing myself to play the game, and I don't ever want to feel like I'm forcing myself to play a game when there's games out there that I actually want to play, which is stupid. Who's not excited for the new Zelda? I'm stoked. Oh, did you pre-buy it? Oh my god. Oh my god, you're such a nice person. Oh my god. Fuck yes. Psycho. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Thank you for reminding me. Psycho said I'm going to be your finisher man. So, Basically, I'm giving every game in my game library a chance, but I'm not gonna force myself to beat them. Similar to Breath of the Wild. Like, if we start a game in my game library and I'm like, "This is boring and I hate this," I'm not gonna force myself to beat it. I'm not beating all 350 games. Just wanna give them a fair go, you know? Whittle that down a little bit. Yeah, I won't force myself because that's just stupid. And, like, if I'm miserable, no one wants to like, I can tell, like, if I'm not having fun in a game, my viewer numbers go down, chat dies, like, if I'm not having fun, you guys aren't having fun, what's the point in forcing myself to do something like that? Stupid. But I've got so many games. I mean, good ones, good games that I'm not, like, avoiding or anything. It's just they just keep pumping out new games all the time. It's hard to keep up. Ooh, good news and bad news. Oh, I got a job. Good news. 2 of my coworkers are jackasses. Inevitable. But there are only like 10 of us. Damn. Do you like your job? Good morning, Vex. How are you? Let's cheers. I just loaded a bowl. Zoe, my love. I almost how am I not? I gotta turn these up. Apparently I'm just not hearing alerts for some reason. Zoe with that fucking tier 330. Oh my god, 33333.
All of those threes make me really happy.
Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving an swings for 33 fucking months. Ooh woo, you all fill my holes with so much cursed Furby love. Amen to that. Thank you for all the cryptid Furby orgies and frightful fantasies and delightful friendships. Ooh fucking woo. A to the fucking men, honeybean. Cozy Grove's really cute. Cozy Grove was a cute game. I played that one. I only want to play Fallout, so I have a character in 76 on Xbox over level 300 and Av. Just did a character on PC at level 21. Damn, don't you get bored though? Are you doing it, Gloomy? Oh, I'm so excited for you. It's gonna be such a horror show. I like it so far building mattresses. Oh my god, that has to be interesting. What kind? There's so many different kinds of mattresses now, like, they're not just spring anymore. Oh, they're not firing. Oh, thank you. That's why I'm not hearing them. Bless you. Let's watch I'm gonna pause this. This is a good time to watch Ukraini video while I know. I was kinda thinking the same thing, but I was like, I think that's kinda like the point is there's too many. Like Vex was saying, like, this is 2 years old. Imagine how many more names would be on that. Like, how fast that would have to go. Fuck. That was beautiful. I'm not crying. Like, please don't take I'm just a fucking sappy piece of shit, but fuck. That was some powerful shit. That was hard. I hate the world. Oh god, we're on fire. I don't know what to do. That was really beautiful though. Fuck, that was a really good song. And I mean, honestly, it was just a really good everything. That was really well put together. I'm saving that. The song's beautiful, but fuck. Ugh. It's too much. Oh, no shit. The voguing video they showed near the end was outside Kavanaugh's house in DC. Oh, that's glamorous. He's a fucking war criminal. Amen. God damn. That was, that was rough. That was beautiful, though. Thank you for sharing. It was. It's just like, damn. Damn. Hold on. If it's too loud, let me know. Do I know this band? I like it. Psycho, did you give me this one? I recognize this. I know this voice, but I like it. Oh, it's I Prevail. Yes. I know I Prevail. Okay, I was like, that uncanny familiar feeling, like, you know that voice. I like this. Time in, love, how are you? You are all beautiful souls are starshine. Amen on that. The new Louis Cabaldi video? I don't think so. Hold on. Is it is it Wish You the Best, the airport one? Or the Vivo studio performance? Or the video? Goddamn. I'm assuming it's that song though. Because there's like 3 new videos for the same song. The music video? Okay. Got it. I haven't seen it yet, no. I like this. I dig this beat a lot, Psycho. I think I'm breaking down. Broke ain't bad. It just makes you interesting. I feel the same a lot of the time. I have a lot of moments where I just kind of, like, sink into myself and think, like, "Should I keep trying?" 'Cause sometimes I wonder, like, "What for?" Which is really depressing. I love his tattoos. Oh, should we watch the oh, shit, did I not? Were we that I'm thankful for, like, I'm so sad that this person is depressed, but making art about it and talking about it in a personal context really, I think, helps other people a lot, you know? I think there's something to be said about it. Vex, like, when I think punk, I think, like, London punk or, like, Rancid, which I I'm so sorry. Please don't hate me. Please, can we still be friends? I'd hate Rancid. I hate it. I don't understand why we have to sing a different beat than the song just to, like, prove a point. It hurts my brain. Songs like da na 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 and they're like, "Ba da 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 eh, bo eh, oh," like, purposefully trying to not sing along with the music. I don't get it. Kill me. My OCD wants to slit my own throat when I have to listen to that stuff. But that's it. That's it. I mean, that's my reference for punk. I know some people will be like Green Day or something. Is Green Day is like fucking pop, right? Grunge pop? I would have never considered Green Day punk, but I don't know, maybe. Good morning, Taco. I know, don't hate me. Please don't hate. I know. Zach loves punk. When we go on road trips, I have to give him a special hour where he just gets to play punk and I have to smile through the whole thing because I want to die. Like, I'm not allowed to drive because I will drive us off the road, but I let him do it because I understand. Punk isn't bad, it's me. I just don't like Green Day is punk, really? Really? And Blink-182, okay, who's like, in what world? Really? I mean, I'll take it 'cause I've seen Blink-182 like 4 times live. I love Blink-182. I was a big fan back in the day. Um, but I would have never considered that punk, ever. But that's just my reference. I don't know. I don't know. I think genres are dead at this point. Like, who the fuck knows? Hold on. I'm getting it, Kino. I'm trying to roll up and grab a couple of the links you guys threw in. Hold on. Got it, got it, got it. Wait. Kevin Smith actually just had an inpatient stay. We watched it yesterday, Kel. It's really moving. He stopped fucking smoking pot. But I don't think pot is the root of his problems, but I'm glad he's clearing his head to find out what his problems are. Is pop punk. Really? I mean, I loved Green Day. I don't like anything modern. Like, and not saying it's bad. Again, I know you guys know this. Like, just because I hate something doesn't mean it's bad. But anything that's like from the holiday, the era where he wore a tie, the tie era can fuck itself. I don't get it. Wake me up when September. That's how I feel. However, there are fantastic Green Day songs out there, such as not that one. I like this. This is my era of Green Day, whenever this was. I don't wanna say the year because 'cause I'm old. Is this punk? Basket Case is alright, but this is my favorite. Still I Try. This is classic. Cheers, bitch. Vex, ditto. Dookie, Nimrod, Insomniac. Boom. American punk rock. Okay. Sure. On my own, here we go. See, I don't like Like, The Clash is what I would think of if I thought of punk. I don't like The Clash. I don't like The Cure. Is The Cure punk? It doesn't mean it's bad. I just don't drive with it. I don't know. Doesn't hit me in that happy way. I've tried. Or, Motley Crue, were they punk? Is that who I don't know if Motley Crue is who I'm trying to think of. I didn't like any of whatever that stuff is. I don't like any of that. They just don't know. They're all tone deaf. That's okay, that is not Motley Crue I'm thinking of. Who am I thinking of? There's another band. That's a hair band. The Cure is The Cure. What band am I thinking of? Not I love Depeche Mode. Not punk. Okay, I love Depeche Mode. Do not like The Cure though. Just never liked it. I don't know. They're okay. I don't hate it. It's not like Counting Crows. Like I'm not gonna cry and turn it off. This isn't punk. It's 90s alt rock. I would have said alt rock for Green Day and Blink-182. Honestly, if you ask me, like punk to me, and I'm just saying this is what I think when you say like I like punk. I'm doing this to myself, and I hate that I'm doing this to myself, but you're welcome. I'm so unhappy right now. I don't like ska either. Maybe that's why I hate Rancid. Nope. 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 I hate it so much.
I'm so sorry. Please don't hate me. It's terrible. It's just bad. I'm upset.
Hate it. Bubblicious, I honestly, it's that the pickup where all of a sudden they just throw a bunch of brass in and it's like I that's the point I want to kill myself. I don't know, it makes me anxious. I don't like music that does that. I hate it. But I love brass instruments, just not that way. I don't know. Like if you just described ska, I'd be like, "Yeah, I should love that." And I don't. I never have. I don't know. There was like a moment of it in the 90s and I was like, "What is this crap? Kill it." Yeah. I love a brass instrument, like, throw fucking sexy ass sax and tuba and trombone and all that fucking trumpet, throw it in, but not in that way. I don't know what it is. But I liked, No Doubt, which I guess is like ska pop or whatever. It's like ska light. I like that, but there was something different. I don't know, maybe they sang to the tune. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop hating on music. Ska makes me throw up. Thank you. Goldfinger Superman is a glorious track on Tony Hawk 1. Goldfinger Superman. Goldfinger the band? I used to listen to Goldfinger. What are they? Open your eyes to the millions of lies that they tell you every day. Was a great song. But was that I just considered that like alt rock. Like there was that it was that 90s moment of, Blink-182, Green Day, them. It's just alt shit. Alt puke. I like Sublime. Yeah, what is that? Does that have a genre? Zucrayon. Oh my god. Alerts are for some reason totally muted and not working today. If I missed them, I'm so sorry. Zucrayon, thank you so much for some of the class, keeping the classy alive and giving it a swing silly fuck. I appreciate you. Do or do not. Take a stroll on the beach. Seagull's gonna come poke you in the coconut. Seagulls are mean. Thank you for the resub. Wait, Bluffs23, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. I appreciate you. I don't know why. I think the website's borked or something today. They ain't working, so we stuck. Yeah, I like Sublime. I don't know Dap Kings. Fear is a band? I don't know about that band either. Hold on. Voodoo Glow Skulls, pure ska. See, I don't know what it is. I think it's that fast fucking trumpet portion. I just don't want it. I hate it. I get really upset when there's a really good song that has a really nice beat and the chorus for some reason has to pick up. They're like, "Hey, you know how you've really enjoyed the first minute of this song? We're gonna do a really fast chorus and put some loud instruments in." Why? Why did you do that? Why? Why? Like, I'm mentally unstable and I wouldn't do that. It's just mean. Because Teenage Chaos, dude, metal, metal. You start with the ba-da-ba, you know, like don't work into it. Start with the ooh. That's real angry kids. We didn't need a soft work up to the anger, you pussies. Sorry. We have more music. I like that I can be a dick to you guys, and you guys know I'm not trying to actually be a dick. Thank you for that. Hold up. I'm trying to get all these to load. We have a lot. I have a lot. I gotta close some. Lewis Quality. That was, I think, the first one. I don't know. I got the new video. Did we? Maybe I have seen this. I don't know. Hold on. Did we hear this one? This is I Prevail. Is this a different song? Yes. Screamo. I don't like Screamo emo shit. Like, I don't know. I can't think of another band, but when someone says Screamo, I think of AFI. I don't like AFI or anything that sounds like AFI. Whatever the fuck that is. That screamo. I do like some good screaming, but there's a time and a place.
And it doesn't have to sound like this.
I love Foo Fighters, whatever the fuck they are. Who doesn't love Foo Fighters, though? Foo Fighters is just a legend. In between is jazz. Wait, what? Wait. In between jazz. Good morning, Big Berg. How are you, love? Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on chat. I was trying to fix shit. Sean, you're right. Hydrate before you die straight, motherfuckers. I like NoFX. Dude, Katie, that's what I was saying. Like, I honestly don't think genre is a thing anymore. Once we started getting into, 5-word genres, I think it was over with. Like, when people come out and they're like, oh no, this is thrash, death, blood, teddy bear metal. I'm like, oh, okay, no, genres aren't real then. Okay, that's what I'm getting out of this. Excellent. Which is great because I I say I don't like punk. I guarantee there's, like you guys are saying, punk is, everybody has a different definition. If Green Day's punk, I do like punk. I can't say it. I don't know. That's not Screamo. I think of them. I don't like them. What would be a Screamo? Give me an example of like a popular Screamo band. Because I can't even think of them because I do not seek them. What the fuck is jazz punk? Wait, but I don't like jazz or punk. Sarah, my love. A bro to the motherfucking past. Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving an 8 of swings for 70. What? The age of your children? Sarah, next time someone asks how old your kids are, will you promise to tell them 77 months? 77 months and 54. Don't they just grow up quickly? I'm sure. Have you ever gotten a parent that does that? Like, they don't give up on the months. I love you, Greg. Greg, have a delicious lunch and don't forget to wash your hands. Thank you for stopping by to hang out. I love you. Foo Fighters just rock. I love Foo Fighters. There's a lot of folk music out there. I just have to be in the mood for it. But I love some folk music. There's some beautiful fucking folk music out there. And country. Like, I don't think anyone in a million years would pin me as someone who would choose to listen to country. But there's a lot of good country out there. I grew up on the shit. I don't know. I'll try anything. But there are some, like, mumble rap. I've never found a mumble rap that I'm like, ooh, yay. Or a punk. A Rancid type song where I'm like, ooh, yay. Just haven't found it yet, but it doesn't mean it's not out there. I'm never going to turn down music because there's always a chance. And you never know. What if you find like the best song ever? Ooh, Kel. Hold on, let me grab it. Oh, Bloodywood's the shit. Hold on. I always forget. I got to just get it on the right monitor. Dave Grohl's memoir? No, I haven't. Is it a new one? Like one that has just come out recently? No. This is Dap Kings? Okay, I got it. No, I haven't. Is it one like post the drummer passing away? Because that would break my. It's been out of it. No, I haven't read it. Did you? Is it good? He's such a. I watch almost all interviews by him and his hot ones and like what was that? He put a movie together that was like a documentary about this one recording studio where all these legendary artists recorded their legendary albums and it was shutting down. I can't remember what it was called, but it was really fucking good. Like he's just a really interesting guy to watch. Is this rock? In this rocky genre, I listen to a single Mudvayne song Determined, mostly due to Need for Speed Underground Game. Also the reason I listen to Rise Against, even though it's nonstop preachy. Dude, totally. We listened to a lot of Rise Against yesterday. And Beastie Boys. What is Beastie Boys? What genre is that? If we were genreing. I love Beastie Boys. My kid's 24 months. Ma'am, your child is 2 years old. I love My Chemical Romance. Timon. Do they make you sad? Do they make you depressed? I hope not. I love My Chemical Romance. They're one of my favorite bands. Like, they're one of my all-time favorite bands. I love them. Like, I don't know, man. There's good fucking music. Hello, you, Greg. I'm full on ClassyKatie fandom. What? I have my Night Mother tank and my beanie from Vissy. Oh my god. You're like, you might be stoned, like just because of the powers of those two stoner like spirits embody like encasing you right now. Are you feeling high? Makes me so happy. Country's the last bastion of the guitar solo. I mean, it's almost like some not all of it. A lot of it's very fakey, but there's a lot of country out there that's really good, and it's kind of the. I feel like it's some of the last music where people are actually singing without autotune, and it makes me sad because it's not all amazing, but some of it is. Ooh, Kino. I'm always willing to try anything. I think people that shut themselves off from things just because they have predisposed opinions of someone's like definition of a genre are stupid. Like, what if it's the best song I've ever heard in my life, and I just turn it down because I'm like, I don't like that. I feel the same way about food. I'll try everything. Oh, shut up. It's your 12th anniversary. I don't mean this lightly. That's a goddamn achievement, honey beans. Damn. Your love is strong. You guys are a goddamn example. Cheers to that. Happy anniversary. That's beautiful. That's a long fucking time, dude. I know people that didn't manage to be in a relationship and married for that long, like in total. Oh, you're switching grades? Are you going up or down? No shit. As a human trapped in New Jersey, MCers worshipped like a deity. Are they really? Points to Katie. My child is in her 421st month. It's real though. I know, Vex. I'm like, well, I think, was it Timon was saying that it's their depression music and I don't want to make them depressed. That's why I asked. Like, I don't want to put on My Chemical Romance and depress somebody. I think it autoplayed, but I really like this song too. Tizat Talks, STFD. I don't know, I'm saving it. I think it autoplayed, but this is a decent song. It's like on a good list of like, I think it's like anime music or something. Hold on. Tezza Talks. How did I say it? It's like they did like elite speak in the you know how some people do the titles of the elite speak where it's like capital lowercase, capital lowercase. It's really hard for me to read. I'm like, it fucks my syllables up. Abyss, that might have been me too. I mean, they were kind of like, I think Corn, like Jonathan, if for correct me if I'm wrong, Jonathan Davis, he wore guy eyeliner, right? He wore eyeliner and like smeared it around and looked all smudgy. Or does he just look that way? I don't know. If not, MCR is the first band that I really got into where it was dudes that would, like, paint their nails and wear makeup, and I was like, "This is so hot," and fucking finally, like, yes. I died. My little youthful hormones died. 10-year anniversary this year. Dude, y'all, like, have strong ass love. I'm cheersing to those bitches. You're going to first? Are you excited? What's the difference between Western and country? Like, I thought it was literally my Band-Aid coming off. No. I thought it was country Western, right? See, this is what I mean. Once we start actually, like, fucking splitting genres this much, are genres real anymore? Really? I don't know. They seem not. Ooh, that was a strong hit. You're welcome. Living vicariously through all these successful relationships, dude, same. I hope. Hope and pray. They are not the same. What's the difference, Glut? Do you know? Can you explain like I'm 5? I grew up on country, but it's just country. I mean, there's pop country, like, my parents who still, they're like, that's where obviously I was exposed to country. They don't consider like Taylor Swift country, and they never did. Whatever that is, I did not listen to pop country, I guess. But we listened to like Shania Twain, which I would argue is pop country. Trisha Yearwood, shit like that. Our lines to blur, right? Exactly. It was a shock at first, and wasn't necessarily what I planned, but it will get me away from toxic people. Oh, really? I'm looking forward to a fresh start. I mean, literally. So just moving grades, you're gonna get away from your nightmare lady who just is bullying you existentially. Under Oath's pretty dank, actually. During their God is Great phase and was almost immediately turned off by but they're solid after some time. Yeah, no, there's some bands like that for me where the first time I listen to them, I'm not really into it, but for some reason my brain wants to take another bite. Kind of like when you take a bite of a meal that you've never tried and you're like, that's weird. And then the second one, you're like, okay, no, I like this. There's music like that, definitely. So when you had like music festivals in like say Nashville, you would see country and western music festival. Country and western. So two different. Interesting. One spelled with an O, fuck you. It's whose line is it anyway? The genres are made up and the subgenres don't matter. Ha ha! 10,000 points to Glut. Yeah, no, you're right. I was pulling up Black Parade, but there's a stop it. Stop. I fucking oh, I'm not gonna say it. Okay. I hate autoplay. I'm a broken record, but it's the worst. They are. Glut. I mean, they just don't mean anything anymore. Like when someone says a music genre to me, honestly, I pay attention to the first word that comes out of their mouth and the rest of it's just bleh. I just don't. I don't think you were here yet. I was just saying that. Like, I don't think genres exist anymore simply because when I say, like, oh, I really like metal and that song is metal, and someone goes, that's not metal, it's thrash, death, puppet master, Swedish, Care Bear metal. Did we need to get that like, oh, genres don't exist then, is what you're saying. Yep. Okay. Cool. Agreed. Yeah. Yeah. Pop, I guess, pop isn't really a genre, right? What would pop be? Is it just this might be far reaching, but pop to me is just any genre watered down and on the top 20 list. So, like, take a genre, water it down, make it palatable, and it makes a hit. Pop. Yeah? Because there's a lot of pop I like, but I don't know if it's a genre because pop's all over the place. Like, It's kind of whatever's the hit, right? Yeah, it's just a washed down, palatable mishmash of yeah, exactly, taco, yeah. Which some of it's okay, but some of it I'm like, "I don't know what the fuck this is." What Paramore, is that punk? I like Paramore. Genres don't matter since there's no ethical way to keep people accountable. I mean, if no one agrees on what genre a musician is, then it doesn't exist. It has to be, like, a universally agreed thing that, "Oh, yeah, that's country western," but if everybody's like, "No, it's not. That's folk country pony western," then fuck you. Like, no. We have to agree on it, otherwise it doesn't exist. Anyone know where I can get good-looking fake vines that aren't $20 a vine? Amazon. Or, like, look I mean, where are you looking, Gloomy? Did you look at, like, craft stores, like Michael's or something? Like, what are you using them for? Questions. Hobby Lobby does not have a very good selection anymore. They're kinda going under because people don't support them anymore since they went all, like, anti-lady. Um, but Michael's, I go there and get fake plants a lot for, like, my lizard cages. Some of them are safe, some of them are not. If you're putting it in an animal cage where there's gonna be, like, heat and water, you just wanna be careful with that. But you can get I mean, you don't have to get plants that are specifically, like, for whatever you're doing, like, you can get them anywhere. To make I look on dude, seriously, Gloomy. So if you're doing it to your bedroom, no shit. I found these on I didn't buy them, but I found them on accident one time. So you know how if you've ever watched like beauty YouTubers or something, they usually have some cute little curtain background that has like string lights in a gauzy material. They sell all versions of those now because, this is like the new hit thing that everybody wants to do. Be online, I guess, be a whatever this is. And you can find them where it's like a curtain of vines. It's a vine curtain. So instead of getting like 20 packs of just vines and fucking sitting there and pinning them back and forth, just look for vine curtain. Like Google it or Amazon it or whatever. I love this song too. This is a really, really good song. This whole album's phenomenal. Yeah, it would just cover so much area, I'm thinking. You can get them where they have that gauzy material like built into the curtain or not. But I've seen all sorts of stuff like that. That would probably be your best option, and then you can, like, you can pick up the vines that are hanging from the curtain rod or whatever, and you can, like, pin them in different directions and whatever, but you'd have, like, a sheet of vines coming down to work with instead of it's just cutting down on work. I'm all about efficiency. This song's so fucking epic. Dude, Timon, do you okay, I just wanted to make sure because you never know. There is music that reminds me of some of the darkest times in my life, and I don't wanna listen to it, and I just, I try to be respectful of that. There's a ton of music out there. We are never subject to one band or one genre or whatever the fuck. Define rock, metal, heavy metal. Yeah, how? Isn't the definition of metal like, metal music is when electric guitars were invented and utilized, right? Wasn't it the innovation of electric guitars? I don't know. I think I'm pulling this from something you guys told me a long time ago. I do remember some things. I think you guys taught me this ages ago. Oh, dude, Timon, that's Nine Inch Nails for me. I identify, and I still love Nine Inch Nails to this day. Like, I will always listen to them for always. But listening to Nine Inch Nails, The Fragile, dude, that got me through, man, whew, rough times. I sympathize. Gloomy, hard same. And they come with lights, yeah. Oh, yeah, it would just be so much easier, Gloomy, seriously. I am queen of, like, window shopping online and never buying anything. It's great. I find all sorts of cool shit, and I'm like, "Nope, I don't deserve that." But I find a lot of cool shit. Metal and heavy metal are the same. Metal is just the shorthand for heavy metal. Rock tends to be less bombastic and over the top as heavy metal. Metal used more aggressive distortion. Oh. I have the silliest music interest. I've been bouncing back and forth between super emo music and K-pop. Dude, same. I mean, I go between listening to Frank Sinatra and, Nat King Cole to Cannibal Corpse. in one day. It's real weird. I feel bad when strangers are in my house because I just don't know if they're okay with what's happening. But, you just like and then it'll go to Led Zeppelin, then it'll go to, like, Britney Spears. Also, very bipolar playlists. Uh-huh. But I like it. Honestly, I love putting a playlist on shuffle and getting, a fucking question mark. Hello, Bubba. Good morning. You have a good morning nap. We played outside yesterday all night. We're so spoiled. Didn't we? Yeah. We were in the yard for like 4 hours. We're very spoiled. We're very sleepy today. Najio, my love, thank you so much for some of the class. Keeping the class alive, giving me swings for 10 fucking months, motherfucker. I appreciate you and love you. How are you doing? And good morning. Sorry, I caught the song. What genre would Lilith like? Oh man. Like sad girl bops. Lilith's definitely into sad girl bops or like classical piano because she is a haunted Victorian child. So like, they'd be like, she'd go to a karaoke bar and put on like Chopin and just like stand on the stage like this. You know, like the goth dances. That'd be Bill. 100%. I don't know if Trick listens to music. He's a little empty inside. Death metal, right? My sweet boy on the inside is just, ooh, ah. Yeah. Yeah. You love metal. Uh-huh. Because metal's the best. I know. Oh, me too. I like metal too, Bubba. Why are your hands wet? Did you go swimming? Dogs are so cute, though. Carol, how are you? If I missed someone, I'm so sorry. Did I miss? I don't deserve my Mr. Army Man, and yet I still ride his dick. Go ride those curtain rails. You do you, BB. Spoil yourself. Hey, fucking men on that. To anyone but myself. I'm declaring myself as pan-musical. Oh my god, I love that. What genre Elvis was? Is it weird that I don't think I've listened to enough Elvis to even rock? Yeah. Rock? Like a weird hybrid of crooner and rock? Because I kind of think he was a little bit of a crooner. I don't know. That's a hard question. Good question. Rock. But like if you say that, what are the Rolling Stones? Isn't that also rock? But they're not anything alike at all. I would not put those in the same playlist. Well, I would, but 4 days. Oh my god, Najil. Dude, you made it over the 3-day hump. How are you feeling? Soft rock. Is that like soft porn? Dude, timing. I do that for every character I play. Literally. I make a playlist for every TTRPG game show that I'm in. I make a playlist for that character, and that's what I play like the hour or 2 hours or however long the playlist gets before the show while I like do my makeup and get ready. Puts me in the mood. Rockabilly? What else would be like Elvis? Like what would be similar to Elvis? Elvis is the king was. Well, maybe is. Who knows? It's like when Dylan played electric rock and everyone flipped their shit right. Everyone's been fucking shit up forever. Yeah. Yeah. He sang songs that were multiple genre. I was kind of thinking like he kind of like that's why I was thinking like he has a lot of croony type songs, right? Like his older stuff. He started doing gospel, didn't he? Wasn't he essentially gospel at the beginning? That like then he started fucking with his hips and the gospel people were like, "Nah, bitch." And he was like, "Okay. You ain't no the mother hound dog." Whatever he did, I don't fucking know. Elvis stuff. Elvis pelvis shit. Bacon! Thank you so much for subbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving me swings for 5 fucking months in a row.
Hail the Dank Lord, and cheers, love. I appreciate you. I think we need to take a break.
He didn't just want to cuddle, he's being needy. Might be time for our first break, my dudes. I don't know. Sounds very confusing, like in like rock like genres, even worse than my hardcore genres. It's all confusing. All genres have too many branched genres at this point. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not real if nobody agrees on the genre of a song. Like, it's not a real genre, you know? Nuh-uh. Oh my god, raving, that is so fucking cool. Shut up. That's like a claim to fame. That is so cool. Elvis is for sure dead. Funny. My mortician friend was trained to be a mortician by the guy who did Elvis's autopsy. That's really cool. Ooh, B. Let me grab it. Hold on. Oh my god. I have to narrow down some links. I got so many up right now. This is a mess. It's a mess. Oh no. Hold up. Close you. Get that link before I lose it. Oh, there's two. Okay. Good Katie. Good Katie. Good brain. If it's too loud, you let me know. I just don't hear what you hear and we never know. Don't be muted. Nope. Okay, she's just talking. We're good. Can we all agree on parrot metal? It requires a parrot singing lead. What the fuck? Is it consensual to the parrot? Sage Against the Machine. Who gave me this? This is fantastic. Just the name is great. I have so many links up. I have no idea. I just grab everything I see in chat. This is fantastic. Sage Against the Machine. Shut your face. I just have to show you the video real quick. We don't have to watch. It was still wet from last night, and I kind of felt like I was going to get a migraine from it. So I just should not have slept with wet hair. Bad decisions made. I was lazy. It's a great song. I'm not going to turn it off, dude. I was jamming. I was hearing it the whole time. I was just like, it's not good to keep your hair wet. It actually like damages your hair and shit. My hair is so thick, it'll stay wet forever. Revolticon. How are you, love? Dude, jam. I know. We kind of got on this kick. Ooh, Ghost fans. Hell yeah. Hold on. Oh man, we're irresponsible together. It's the worst. I hate when I do it because it ends up all like, it's like got a texture, but like not. It's just lazy. And it's so exhausting to blow dry my hair. My God. It's like a workout. I'm just lazy. Aw, boo. I'm all right. Allergies are killing me. I can't complain. I mean, I'm alive and, first world problems, but I'm done being snotty. I'm over it. My favorite song from Lady Gaga has to be Born This Way. Is that like the most, that or Judas? Born This Way or Judas? Those are those basic, those songs are fucking just, either of those songs come on and I'm in a better mood. Yeah, man, those songs, those two just fucking hit. I mean, Born This Way is just like an anthem. When that came out, it was like, oh fuck yeah, this is the best. But Judas is just, I love it. And it's got Ketis in the music video, which is great. Ketis, not that's not his name, is it? Daryl from Walking Dead. What's his name? Those are great. I mean, those are classics. Honestly, I've just overheard them. I think I worked in retail when those came out and they were played on the radio like every other song. They're good songs. They were just, I got murdered by them by the radio. Norman Reedus. Thank you. Reedus. Yep, just too much of it. Yep, but I mean, Lady Gaga's like her music or not, she's, I think, inarguably a fantastic artist. She's so fucking talented. She kills me. No shit, dude, that's dope. My 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 BFF in high school and I used to learn the choreography to Britney Spears songs in his parents' basement and then do them and drink wine coolers. Good times, good times. I think I have heard of the Linda Lindas. That sounds really familiar. Mary Jane Holland? We've got a shit ton of videos. I'm gonna start playing them, but I'll look for that while we're doing it. Just because I mean today, like we used to read on Sundays, like something interesting and weird, like the Bible, which was super interesting and weird. But I got a book. I bought a book for us to like, I'm not gonna just sit here and fucking read a book. It don't worry. I pick interesting things. It'll be interesting. I'm excited. Song though. Record stores. I still like a good head shop record store if I can find one. They're nostalgic. Oh shit. Sean, I almost missed it. What the fuck is this? It had a good thing and now it tricked me. This sounds like the embodiment of an anxiety attack. Anyone break down in California in a bathtub on the phone with their mom once? This is the phone ringing. And you're like, wow, it's really sad that the only person I have in the entire world to call during a breakdown in California in a bathtub fully dressed is my mom. And then she picks up the phone and starts laughing and telling you you're okay and you're not dying, but you feel like you're dying because you're in a bathtub fully dressed in California on the phone with your mom. Now you're convinced you're dead. You're dying now. It's happening. It's not bad. I don't hate that. These in between parts are great. That middle part is where this. What is this? We're having another panic attack. It's happening. It sounds a bit like morphine. I feel like, I mean, yeah, that feels like that's, if anybody, I'm going to send that to my mom and be like, this is what it feels like when I call you on the phone. I'm scared. Hold me. I've never done coke before, man. I stay away from those stimulants. I am a stimulant. Sounds like I feel like my heart would explode. I don't know, man. Bad ideas. Hold up. We have more. We have so much. Better Call Saul. The new season of Better Call Saul. And like, I don't know what the logic is, but half the time they translate the Spanish, albeit roughly. And then half the time they're just like, continues in Spanish. Spanish anger intensifies. Like, those are real subtitles that would happen when someone was speaking Spanish angrily sometimes. And it's not like it was illegible and it wasn't like, it was the main part of the scene. But I don't understand the logic. Like, why, what? What's going on? You still have to translate some of that shit. And it wasn't like it was cuss. They translated the cuss words. It wasn't like they were censoring or anything. I don't understand where they're drawing the line there. Sorry, I had to write that down. I think I do know Alien Weaponry. Yes, it's like don't yuck on someone else's yum. Isn't that Ko's thing? Someone told me that ages ago, and I really, really like it. Don't yuck someone else's yum. Yeah, and like I don't think I do that, but I always follow up like when I don't like a song or something, especially if you guys throw it at me. I always try to follow it up with like that doesn't mean it's bad, and I don't judge someone for liking music I don't like. I probably like a lot of music y'all wouldn't like. That's okay. Variety's the spice. I like when the subtitles point out the most minor expressions. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's almost like they're filling gaps of silence. Like, oh, what movie was I watching recently? The Invisible Man, the newer one with oh, what's her name? The chick from Handmaid's Tale. She's great. I just can't think of her name. Oh, fuck, blanked. Anyways, really good remake of an old movie, The Invisible Man. I think it's called The Invisible Man, right? The new one. I think so. Really, really well done. But the vast majority of the movie is literally like her walking around her house at nighttime in complete silence, looking for someone she thinks is invisible around her house. No spoiler. So the subtitles are just like fucking, you know, they're describing her like shaky, gaspy breathing or like hand slides on wall. Like it literally, they're just filling in dead space. It's kind of funny. Elizabeth Moss. I think that is her name. Yeah, she's in a lot of good stuff. Like I watch all those movies that are like the Russell Brand and all the other Who's another one? There's like a group of comedians that do movies together. One is Get Him to the Greek. Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Mm, she's been in a lot of those, and she's fucking funny, dude. She's hilarious. I couldn't actually. You're right, Ty. Thank you. I actually couldn't make it through Handmaid's Tale. I tried. I made it through most of this. I made it through. I think I've seen up until I haven't seen the new season or like the vast majority of the season before this season. It's the fucking rapes, dude. They are so real. And by rapes, I mean they're spiritual breeding shit. I'm just like, it's like beyond. It's that uncomfortable point where I can't get past it. Like I can't. Ugh, I can't do it. More on you if you can. It's a great show. They're all fantastic actors and actresses and actors, I should say. They're amazing artists. But oh, holy shit. Too much for me, man. Too fucking much. Sorry, I'm just moving shit over. This is what I was laughing at. I don't know what y'all did here. She does have a nice voice and she's beautiful, man. I would never assume that sound would come out of her, and it's really impressive. Chris Barnes' voice is the voice I hear in my head when I think of a metal voice. Wait, who's Chris Barnes? Help me. I'm really bad with names. When I think of a metal voice, I think of Corey Taylor. Is that totally off? Because he's just metal no matter what he's doing. Like, he doesn't have to be screaming to be metal. Like, his voice just, like, is. It's that, "Are you ready?" voice. Yeah, Corey Taylor is just the epitome of metal to me. James Hetfield is when people say rock, that's what comes to mind. I know they're considered metal, but, like, I don't know, maybe because I think of them, they're just more mellow compared to a lot of the stuff I listen to. Not that they're mellow. Death Clock's fantastic, though. I fucking love Death Clock so much. Alchemy, my love, how are you doing? How were your interviews? How were they? I've been thinking about you constantly. It might be weird. How are you, my love? Who's impressive? You're impressive. Get the fuck out of here. Dio, though. Ugh. Rest in peace, is love. Phil and Selmo. Who are they from, Baron? I'm real bad with names. I'm seriously just like an idiot when it comes to that. You would, wait. You'd be surprised what comes out of people. Once in my bathroom, I'm never surprised by what physically comes out of people anymore. But the voices that can come out of people will always shock me. Corey Taylor's voice is just so, like, it's just so epic to me. Chris Barnes used to be the lead of Cannibal Corpse. Oh, fuck, there you go. That's why I know the name. I'm just terrible with it. I know, it's the worst. Like, bands that I've listened, like, Trent Reznor's different. I don't know. I've never forgotten that name. And Maynard James Keenan, I've never forgot. But those are, like, different. Those are stained on my soul. But there are some very, very important bands to my heart that I fuck their names up all the time. I don't know what it is. My brain just can't do it. If I could, like, project, like, an image out of my eyeballs and show you what I'm thinking of, I'd get it right every time. But my brain's like, no, we didn't connect a name to that. Fuck yourself, Katie. Pantera, fuck yes, 100%. Oh, Phil from fucking Pantera. That's who he's from, right? Sorry, I'm scrolling up. I'm probably gonna be confirmed in about 5, 4, 3, 2. Phil Anselmo, Pantera. Thank you, money. 1. Yep. Yeah. Oh, he's a meth head? Fuck. Alan West was once a badass guitarist. That's really sad. That is a shame. Addiction's the worst, man. It can really change people, and it destroys. I mean, I wish we didn't villainize addiction as much as we do so people could get help. After working in healthcare for 10 years, nothing coming out of people surprises me. Hard same. Hard same. Elk, do you ever watch horror movies and think to yourself, like, I want to take these people into the ER for a night or something and just, like, help them? It's like, it's weird to me when I watch a horror movie and I'm like, have you never seen a severed leg? Why are you in this business? Which is a stupid thing to think. But for fuck's sake, the realism is so off the charts not there for the, like, 99.9% of everything out there that tries to show gore. It's ridiculous. Like, fucking do some research. My God. Shadow a nurse, for fuck's sake. Everybody has an aunt that's a nurse. Ask. Your intestines don't fall out of you like spaghetti, for fucking Christ's sake. Are you kidding me? And yet, spaghetti. Forever. Or like the fact that your head doesn't bleed very much. Like if you get into the brain, you're not gonna get a fucking pool of blood and jello pouring out of your brain cavity. What the fuck? They tried helping Michael Myers. Look what happened to them. Alex Newport and Mad Cavalera. Why do I know those? Wait. From mm, female metal, I think of In This Moment. I think of Spirit Box, but I think that's because they're my most recent obsession. Like I found them a couple years ago. Get Crits, I think, gave them to me, but I'm so obsessed with Spirit Box. I love her. Everything she sings, everything she does is so fucking beautiful and perfect. And so is she. Ugh. But you're right. In This Moment is definitely fucking metal. Mocha and I watched 2022 Chainsaw Massacre the other day. Shut up. And Leatherface kicked the guy's knee in, and I was like, ow, no. That doesn't go that way. It's terrible. I feel like I ruined some people. For instance, let me grab this link before I lose it. Thank you, Chronicle. When Zach and I watch movies, we watch a lot of like not just horror, but a lot of violent movies, I guess you could say. Violence. It's America. We can't see a nipple, but show fucking blown up heads all the time. And gore. Yeah, you could say that. Like gore is pretty much in everything ever these days. It's even in comedy. It's everywhere in American film. But anytime they slit someone's throat, I've ruined him. Like, I don't say it. He goes, that wouldn't work. Every time. And I just sit. My boy learns. It wouldn't. Like, when they do that and blood just, like, pours out of the front of a throat cavity like a fountain. Every movie ever does it because it looks cool, but it's so hyper unrealistic and, like, that's not What? Feel the front of your fucking throat. It's cartilaginous material, my dudes. We used to slice it open all the time. Don't fucking bleed. Are you kidding me? Your arteries are all up in this business. You gotta shank the side. Stop. Don't kill people. But like none of that. Like I've ruined him in terms of that. Or like if they find a dead body and they're like, I don't feel a pulse. Get the defibrillator, and they shock a dead body. I don't say a word. He just goes, that doesn't work. I hear him say it. I'm like, he learns. Because that was me and it fucking kills me. People, please don't kill people, but if you're going to, this does nothing. You're essentially traking somebody. Like Amy Smart in that one movie with Kiefer Sutherland. I love Amy Smart. Which one with Kiefer Sutherland? And she rips her jaw off. Oh, I don't remember that one. I don't know if I've seen her in a horror. Dog hair, they're everywhere. It makes me laugh when they check for a pulse in all the wrong spots. Oh my God. Or fake compressions. I can't. The compressions. Actually, you want to know something cool, Alk? I don't know if you've been in an airport in the last couple years. Yeah, you have. You've traveled. But when Zach and I, where'd we go? Oh, we flew to Seattle for something. And in the airport, they had like the dummies we use to do our like life-saving certifications, like the real ones, with the clicking chest and it like reads how deep you're going. They have a machine now. It's like a video game, and you can sit there and you can do compressions on a dummy, and the screen's like not good enough, deeper, faster. It's really fucking cool. I've only seen it in a couple of airports, but honestly, like I advise all of you to hand sanitize and try one of those and then hand sanitize immediately afterwards. But it's a really good lesson in how deep and how violent you have to do compressions to even brush the heart underneath the sternum. Anytime you see a movie where they're like, we lost him. Yeah, no shit. Because you were aligning their chakras, motherfucker. What? Fucking drives me nuts. Press. Oh my God, the alert actually worked. I heard that one. Press, thank you so much for some of the class, keeping the class alive and giving Native Swings for so fucking much. For so fucking long.
I appreciate you, lover.
The alerts weren't working earlier. I heard that one. I'm so happy. Yay! You broke. You fixed the broke. That's what I was going to say. You fixed the broke. This is pulmonary archery. I'm very excited to see what pulmonary archery is. Or here, I guess. I've only really been in Detroit, Chicago, and Baltimore's airports, but it looks next time. I think ours, they definitely have one in the Denver airport, but where was the other one? Fuck, I don't remember. I don't think it was the Seattle airport. It was somewhere else we went. I don't fucking know anymore. But it was cool. I wish they had those everywhere just to give people. I'm sure most people will try it and be like, it's broken because it's not registering my compressions. I'm sure that's what most people do. 1 inch. I mean, I would go so far as to say the first person to lay on a chest is almost guaranteed to break some ribs. I've never not felt it. It's pretty fucked. Like how it's violent. You know, we liquefy you. And the older you are, the less likely you are to come out of that liquefaction. Yeah, I've broken a lot. Hi, Mike. How are you, love? Yeah, you got it. If you're the first one that lays on the chest, as we say, you're going to feel some ribs pop and break and crackle and snap. So think about that before you have us code your 85-year-old Nana. Think about the likelihood of healing not only whatever's wrong with her, but all the broken ribs. It's fucked. Like, you might just have to die. I remember when I first learned you most likely have to break ribs. Yeah, you definitely. I've never not felt them break. That's just a fact of it. I've never not felt them break. Because, like, the reason, I don't know if they taught you the reason press, but, like, if you know, you can feel your sternum right here, that hard ass shield bone that goes over, that covers your heart. And it's kind of where the apex of all your ribs meet in. They are connected by cartilage. And so we can dislocate ribs. They can pop out and like get fucked up. But in order to, so the reason we do compressions when we don't feel a pulse, i.e., someone has medically died and their heart is no longer pumping, is to perfuse the body and try to get the heart going again. And in order to squeeze the heart hard enough to perfuse to the brain, which is the most important thing. And by perfuse, I mean get oxygenated blood to your brain, because your heart is what moves the blood around your body. And when your heart dies, it's not doing that anymore. And the longer you're sitting there with no heartbeat, the more likely your brain is just dead. And then there's no point anyways. So the first person to lay on the chest, and everyone afterwards, but the reason it happens with the first person is when you do compressions on a human body, in order to I mean, you're not touching the heart as much as we want to, but in order to barely scrape the heart and squeeze the heart and squeeze some blood out of it, you have to push down on someone's body about hard enough to push the sternum down 3 to 4 centimeters on average. That's where the heart is, under that big old bone shield that I'm sure you guys are aware we use a fucking saw to get through in surgery. Like a bone saw. It's a shield. It's literally a bone shield. And we have to push through it to get to your heart. That's the whole point of compressions. And if you don't push hard enough to get down that 2, 3, 4 centimeters, whatever, and it's the bigger and older the person is, the harder the more you have to go, obviously. So like if someone has huge old titties, you're going to have to push even harder. It's insane. And so by the time you're pushing that shield 3 to 4 centimeters down into the chest cavity, these ribs either pop out or they'll break. And so that's why we usually say, like, if we have to code you, i.e., do compressions on your heart, no one comes back from a code feeling top notch. It's the vast majority of the time just extending your dance card just a few days, because the damage we do to you is almost worse than usually the illness that caused your heart to stop in the first place. Not to mention the vast amount of drugs we start pumping through your body at a ridiculous rate. It's pretty wild. Circulation is wild. It's very interesting. I know, mine does too. I've poked my sternum too many times. Now I feel like I'm bruising. Owie. Better than death. Well, I mean, maybe. I don't know. Depends on how old I am. That's where I get. Like, if you are healthy, young, virile, and your heart stopped for some fucked up weird reason we don't understand, and you have a chance of healing all the damage we're gonna put you through, absolutely. But if you're like old, you don't ever heal. So, like, you might have walked into the hospital with a heart problem, had a heart attack in the hospital, and you're never gonna walk again because of what we did to you in a code. Like, you know what I'm saying? I think, like, it's like, do you have enough life left to heal the damage, I guess? It's really gross to say, but I know you know what I mean. Is kinda how I would weigh the coding, because life, like, some people, for instance, like, if you are of a certain age, I'm not gonna say an age because it really depends on the person. Some people live forever and some people die at 50. It's whatever, genetics. Some people come in because they have an exacerbated emphysemic thing going on because they have emphysema for whatever reason, and they will go into a cardiac arrest, and we code them. And when we code you, if you're not intubated, we will intubate you. Period. We always do, no matter what. And a person with emphysema, we might do literally 2 compressions and your heart comes back, but we've already got you intubated. And getting a person with COPD, i.e., emphysema, off of a ventilator is bar impossible. Their lungs are so fucking exhausted from being barrel chested, ballooned out, and gasping for air for X amount of years that when you put them on a ventilator, their body goes, "Oh my God, I haven't sat in 84 years." And when you try to take it away, the body goes, "No, no, no. If you take that away, I'm going to give up. You take it away, I'm going to get." It's crazy. So it's like, you know what I'm saying when I say it leads to a lot more problems than you probably came into the hospital with? More often than not. Hold up. One time in 13 years did I ever see a person who went through a code walk out of the hospital. And they were a 20-year-old alcoholic with a non-functioning liver. Seriously, pretty sure that person was an alien. Yeah. One. Can't generalize personal experience, but damn, those aren't great stats. You know? Is this health check? Well, we actually have been listening to music, and I've almost got through all the music. Actually, I've been trying to save it as I go. But I have the book that I planned for us to go through today, and this is actually perfect pre-conversation for it because the book that I picked to read with you guys. Well, I don't just sit here and like read a book forever. I don't have that cool of a voice, but I like talking about this stuff with you guys. The book is called The Ice Pick Surgeon. Murder, fraud, sabotage, piracy, and other dastardly deeds perpetrated in the name of science by Sam Keane. Sounds gross. If I'm over 70, right? Like I just don't know if I would survive the healing after that, you know? So would it be cheaper to have a nurse do compressions on my back instead of getting someone else to pop my back? I mean, I don't know. There's no science to popping joints. Literally, it doesn't exist. Chiropractor science is made up. I don't know. I really don't. I have no clue. I pop stuff, but there's no science to it. It's just made up. Oh, stretchy. We should probably take a break before I get into that because I got to stretch. It does. I mean, I always tell people, like, regardless of if something's a placebo, if it makes you feel better and it's not hurting you, I'm not against it. I'm very pro placebo as long as it's not hurting you. And I've never heard from anyone that got hurt by a chiropractor. I'm sure they're out there, but few and far between, you know, like what fucking douche would be out there trying to hurt? Like that would not benefit your business to have people leave your chiropractor office injured, right? Void egg. How are you, love? Thank you so much for summing the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving any swings for 30 fucking months with that Prime sub.
Void Egg is here today to remind you all to use your Prime sub! Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
No shit, press. See, I knew they existed. I'm sure they do. Like one of my teachers, no shit, press. This is really funny. Just side story. One of my chemistry teachers in college was a chiropractor. No shit. He went to school for medicine or something. Hated working in hospitals because they were dark. He was kind of like a guy who liked the mix of Western and Eastern. He was like, I'll go in. He wanted to research chiropractor science. Researched the whole thing, got his certification, and went back to school to be a teacher. He was like, that is the most phony bullshit I've ever experienced. He felt like he was at Hogwarts. That being said, you can't generalize personal experience. I don't fucking know. I've never been to a chiropractor, honestly. No idea. But I would suck my masseuse's dick if they wanted me to. Like, I don't think I'd walk straight without them. But that's just me. Oh, the map of metal. I'm going to save that too. We got to look at that. I'm just making sure I saved everything. I saved that, save that, save that, save that. Oh my God, the anxiety song. Save that, save that, save that. Okay, the map of metal. I'm saving this. We have to look at that again together. That's gonna be fun. Use them primes, because fuck Bezos. Every time you forget to use your prime, a puppy dies and you shove a $5 bill up Bezos' butthole. Stop it. Chiropractors were handing out COVID exemptions, and that's the problem. I'm sure there are some well-trained chiropractors out there that are actually medical professionals who went to some sort of medical school for bones or like, what's it called? Like recovery science or something like that. But the problem with a chiropractor license is you don't need any of that to get one. You can get a license to practice chiropractor like online because it's not real. Like there's not a medical school that teaches chiropractor science. You have to go to a chiropractic school. They're their own thing somewhere else because there's no science to popping. There's just it's a nitrogen bubble that builds up between your joints and you release it when you do that. That's it. There's no like science to it being like miraculous or anything. And the problem, this is what like press and other people in chat that are masseuses have told me, is that like if you have a muscle problem that is causing your bones to misalign and you're just going to a chiropractor every week and getting those bones popped in place, those muscles that are not getting tended to are going to yank those bones back out of place every fucking week. And your chiropractor is not trained in that, and so they're just making money off you coming back every week. But really, like you could go to a masseuse, get that muscle worked out, and that bone will never get fucked again. So, I don't know. I think it's kind of like a little bit of A, a little bit of column B, as long as you're not hurting yourself and you're not going to someone that's creepy and is like, just fucking popping shit. You know what I'm saying? You know the difference. I'm sure you guys are smart. I'm not preaching, but don't hurt yourselves. I got hurt by a chiropractor because turns out you couldn't send someone with a ruptured disc to a chiropractor. Oh my God. Who sent you to a chiropractor with a ruptured disc? I might vomit. That literally made me ill. Oh my God. Vex, dude, it's crazy. I hate the saying when you don't use it, you lose it, but it's kind of real. Like I watch, like especially like my older relatives, watching them. They retire and they stop moving as much, and the more that they stop moving and the more they sit, the less they can move. And I'm like, oh my God, get up! Oh my God, get up! Oh my God, get up! I can't afford to do this yet. Oh my God, get up! It's crazy. I remember the first time I got an adjustment, and I was shocked by how little chiropractors do, despite how much schooling is required. Is it a lot of schooling? I don't know how much is required. My teacher never talked about that part. A book called Sound of the Beast. The Complete Headbanging History of Heavy Metal by Ian Christie. Ooh, it's a good one. I love reading historical stuff like that. Yeah, especially when it has to do with something I'm interested in. Hold on. Sound of the Beast. That's dope. An old doctor that said I was just fat. We all know what we think about that, right? Wow. Second doctor goes, "You're fucked now." What did you like? What happened? So you have two ruptured discs. Did you do like what now? What now? That's fucked. I agree, Vex. I mean, like I feel like like media and shit has done this to people and done it to our minds. But a lot of people think like in order to be just fit, not fucking rip, but just fit, you have to go to a gym or you have to run or you have to do something, an activity that's just exercise. But there's so many activities out there that are literally a fun thing you're doing, but you're being super active while you're doing it. You just don't realize it because you're having fun. And I feel like that's not ever talked about, and it's like gardening. Fucking go do some yard work, my dudes. You burn more calories doing yard work than you do running. You're using every muscle of your body. I mean, as long as you're being safe and you're not fucking your back up. You know what I mean? I feel like that's stuck in a lot. Like my mom does that all the time. My mom's always bitching about her weight and stuff. And she's like, I hate standing on the treadmill. And I'm like, how is that the only thing that you think burns calories? Like, there's so many things in the world that are so much more fun than going to a fucking gym. Second doctor goes, "Hey, you're fucked now. I'm so sorry." Double back fusion. Holy shit. Is your back still doing pretty good though? That's insane. I'm so sorry that happened to you, Ty. That's fucked up. No wonder you're always cracking on me about my posture. Sit up straight, bitches. That's real shit though. It's 6 to 8 years to be a chiropractor. What the fuck? No. Maybe I need to get my back looked at. Dude, okay. I'm not a doctor. I am a medical professional, not a doctor. But I think at least all the doctors that I know personally would join me in saying, if your doctor brushes you off with, "You're just fat," please find someone else if you can. Yes, some things are caused by additional weight, but that's not okay. That's a write-off. That's lazy. That's not okay. I love gardening, dude. I'm actually sore as fuck. I did a lot. I'm trying to dig, like, drainage trenches in my yard, the upper part of it. Fuck, dude. You ever try to dig in semi-wet clay? I'm like a noodle today. Like, this is why I slept in wet hair. I couldn't blow dry my hair. My arms were like, "Nope." It's like running in sand, shoveling clay. Fuck that. My yard is a nightmare. That's why I wish instead of gyms there were, like, athletic centers, like they used to have, or, like, outdoor like, in California and stuff, I think there's some places, in places where they have nice weather most of the time, they have, like, outdoor gym stuff. I always love that. It's, like, casual stuff. It's not like you're bundled up in front of a bunch of fucking TVs just sweating with a bunch of other fucks. You can kinda be alone. 10 years and counting, that's awesome. List of topics, characterized as pseudoscience? Oh, I have. Those are great. That's why I just wish instead of athletic centers, dancing, sports, just fun things to show how nice moving can be, right? There's something dude, Vex, I've talked about this before, I think with Zach and with you guys. There's something that happens to us and I don't know where it is or what age it is. It didn't happen to me because I have nervous energy and I never stop moving. But there's something that happens when we're a kid to adulthood where, like, when we're kids, what is now deemed as exercise was just playing. We used to just play, like, run from each other, you know? Like, that was running. But we didn't think like, "I'm running." We thought like, "Tag, you're it." And something fucking breaks down and we stop having fun doing that, and I don't know what the fuck happens. I don't know what happened. Something it's like everybody. All of a sudden moving becomes work instead of fun, but it used to be fun. I almost became a chiropractor until I learned how much school was required. Dude, what a blessing in disguise though, right? No, they don't care. I mean, that's a write-off. I haven't talked to my new doctor about it, but she's the first that told me to try going gluten-free. Have you felt better since doing that? I was 15. Holy shit, when that happened. My back, like, hurts thinking about your back. Not old enough to stand up for myself, honestly, dude. I wouldn't have been able to stand up for myself until I was, like, 30, let's be real. I was 18 when I got the fusion. Dude, fuck. It's lazy and it's fat phobia, 100%, and it's a very, very, very antiquated view of healthcare. Like, no one can deny, fat or skinny, that certain like, even too skinny can be really bad for your body. Any extreme of a body type, but some people genetically are thick and genetically are thin. And a doctor writing you off as your BMI is huge, you're fat, that's why your leg hurts, or that's why blank, is a very old, antiquated view that came from that whole, like, diet, sugar-free, fat-free bullshit era in the late '70s, early '80s. Thankfully, a lot of those docs are phasing out because 'cause they're all retiring and shit, but they're still out there, and it's grotesque, and if your doctor does that I mean, this is just me personally. If I found a new doctor and they brought up BMI, I'd leave. I'd get up and walk away. Like, I don't care if they were saying it's great. I don't care if they were like, "Your BMI is great." I'd be like, "Oh, you're stupid. Bye." I just would have no part in that person because I don't like, that makes me think, what other, like, do they do continuing education? Like, has this person read a book in 30 years? BMI is just used as a scare tactic. I think it's a lazy way to scare people. But you can be overweight, underweight, etc., and have lots of different things that have nothing to do with the aforementioned. Period. Sorry, I get really fucking feisty about that shit. There's a professional tag circuit. Dude, Gloomy, I mean, if you're into it, do it. I fucking hate gyms. I can't stand it because I don't like being cloistered around other people. It's just not my favorite. And I don't like TV. And there's so many TVs on it, like, hurts my brain. So I tend to do stuff outside. But like, I like hiking, climbing trees. I like to dig and do like yard work and gardening and shit. Seriously, gardening and yard work is one of the most labor-intensive activities you can do. This is why construction workers are fucking ripped. They're digging clay all day. I seriously, I don't know if you've noticed, I've been rubbing this shit all day. Look at my gun from it's so swollen from yesterday. I don't have arm muscles. I'm a bird. You can't see anything. I can see it. I have like a little gun just from clay digging. Some people are thick, and some kick in the back who need to share with the rest of the class. I mean, amen to that. Do you feel better? That's good. You feel better eating gluten free than I do eating non gluten free. Coffee seems to make my stomach hurt still, and I need dairy free stuff most likely. Do you drink black coffee? Lost your well, dude, Ty, no shit. I dated a guy when I was in college whose mom was a baby mother nurse, and she ruptured a disc in her neck and didn't know about it. Just like being a nurse, heavy lifting, rolling people around, who the fuck knows? Pregnant women, carefully trying to roll pregnant women back and forth, probably. Ruptured a disc in her neck, didn't know about it until one day. I can't remember if she just woke up or she was at work and it just happened. Her right arm died. Like, she said it was literally like a button went off and it was like the ruptured disc finally protruded enough to pinch a nerve or something went on. And her whole right arm just bloop, done. And she was like, oh, fuck. And she actually had to have surgery and she got a cadaver disc put in her neck. Fucking cool. Wild. Dude, Void, I feel that spiritually. My apartment, like when I lived in an apartment, my deck was that weird deck that had vines hanging off it, and my neighbors would bitch about it. I had so many planters on my deck. I have no guns, but I have a tiny little pump from digging clay yesterday. I feel it. It's sore. I have bird arms. No upper body strength at all. I can barely bench the bar. I'm not going to lie. It's sad. If I climb a tree, the tree might fall. It'd be like a chainsaw. Oh my god, what kind of tiny ass trees you hanging around? I'm starting my own garden next year so I can get some. Oh, fuck yes. I don't do it for exercising, but after just a day, I mean, barely did anything. I feel like I barely did anything. I dug a trench, but it was clay and it was really difficult. My arms and back feel like I did a workout. Like I'm sore. Ow. Yeah, it's sore. Oh my god, gloomy. So fun plant. This plant, I swear to God, I think it would live everywhere. Have you ever heard of nasturtiums? Nasturtiums, they are like a viney kind of plant, but they won't grow eternally down off your deck. They're more of like a spreader, but if you're on a deck or a balcony, they'll go off a little bit. But once they sense that there's no more ground to follow, they'll kind of stop and then they just get thicker and bushier. Nasturtiums, and they're also edible, which is weird. Like I guess you can put the flowers and the petals and the leaves in salad, and they have like a peppery watercress kind of texture flavor. I've never eaten them, but I plant them in everywhere I've ever lived. I've lived Baltimore, Seattle, Colorado. They thrive, and you can get them in a buttload of colors, like orange, like bright fluorescent orange, dark blood orange. You can get blood red. They have ones now that are like red with darker red streaks in the middle. They're super really, David. Oh, see, there you go. Nasturtiums, they can grow everywhere. They're beautiful. Let me show you before we take a break real quick. They're one of my favorites, and I just learned living in apartments with a balcony or a deck. They're one of those nice things that once they sense they can't go, they'll just like kind of go over the edge and then they stop and they just grow up. And they'll climb. They'll definitely climb. I think most of them are climbers. Maybe not all of them, but there's so many different kinds. Nasturtiums are super cool. And edible, I guess. If you guys eat them, you'll have to let me know. Not scary nurse stories. No. Well, not yet. Well, these aren't going to be. I was going to read a fun book today, David. It's not my scary nurse stories. I got a book. Because remember, we used to read on Sundays before I had to do therapy on Sundays? I changed my therapy to Wednesdays. Thank fuck. And I got this book called The Ice Pick Surgeon: Murder, Fraud, Sabotage, Piracy, and Other Dastardly Deeds Perpetrated in the Name of Science by Sam Keen. Seems like a fun read. But we're going to take a break first because I got to pee and stuff. Hikaru, I'm doing all right. How are you doing, Honey Bean? When I die, I hope something of mine ends up in someone else. Same. Hard same. There's always something new I have to be scared of whenever I come here. I don't think we've done anything too scary today. The Good Nurse is so scary. I watched the theatrical, like, with, I I love the actress. What is her name? The redhead. B oh, not Bryce Dallas Howard, the one that looks they look so alike, it's so creepy. Chastain, Jessica Chastain, yes. Thank you so much, Vex. Jessica Chastain and the dude who plays Salander in the Harry Potter shit. Really, really good. But I also watched like the true crime documentary that's on, I think it's on Netflix about that dude. The whole time, my heart was like in my throat for the nurses working with him. I don't know what I would do if I found out one of my coworkers was that. You know what I mean? And it's crazy. I understand why they called the show The Good Nurse. All of these nurses that worked with him, literally their final statements were, he was a really good nurse. Ugh, never. I've never worked in a hospital that had anything similar to that go down, and I don't want, I mean, fucking Christ. I have no idea what I do. If I got a call today and they're like, you have to go to court because one of your coworkers was killing people on purpose. Like, what do you do? Ugh, fucked. Anyways, these are nasturtiums. So that's what they do. This is kind of what they do. So they'll crawl along the ground as long as they can, but in the directions that they can't, they'll just start to go up. And they look like cute little like hovering lily pads. And you can get them in all different colors. Like they have the climby types. I like these types where the leaves are really, really dark and thick and waxy because they help like shade the ground and hold moisture down. Um, they have these type like the flower looks different, but it's the same plant. They've just done all types. There's a red one. Yeah, they have types that will mound instead of spread. They have all types of nasturtiums and they're just so fucking cool. They're one of my favorites. And they literally I think they'll grow anywhere. This one, oh, this is one of my favorites. I grew this one year. It's like dark, dark blood red. It's so pretty. Um They were both really good, honestly. The movie's really well done because it's Jessica Chastain and that dude that I can't Eddie Redmayne, thank you. Eddie Redmayne, and they're just really, really good actors. I mean, they do a fine fucking job together. Um, if you wanna watch both, I would advise watching that one first and then watching the doc because they definitely Hollywood it up and they simplify it, you know? They like it's not just him and one other woman or like besties. He's besties with almost all the women on the floor, and they have so many more testimonials. And I think what they did for the movie is they kind of condensed all the testimonials from all the nurses that regularly worked on the same floor as him into one person because it's a movie, obviously. Much easier to track. But it's fucked up and really good. I mean, it's fascinating, but horror. Ugh. Those nurses that worked alongside him, I mean, they remember their patients. They knew their like, there's testimonials where these nurses are like, "I went home that morning because I worked night shift and I gave my shift over, and this man was gonna go home that day. And when I came in that night, I was informed he passed away an hour after I left." And this would happen over and over and over before anyone took any of this seriously, and it's just like, my heart, I can't. It's fucked up. Fucked up. I can't remember what's the documentary called something else. The movie's called The Good Nurse. That's the one with Eddie Redmayne and, Jessica Chastain, and then the documentary's called something else. The documentary has actual footage of the guy, though. Like, they actually have they started putting cameras in the hallway of the hospital he worked in. That's not normally a thing. Because of privacy and stuff, most hospitals do not have cameras up and down the hallways. They put them in because they couldn't figure out who was killing people. What the fuck? In a hospital? Dude, Timon, Molly's Game is so good. I think it's I don't like I just brought it up to Zach the other night. He hadn't seen it yet, and I was like, "How have you not seen Molly's Game as a card player? What the fuck?" Such a good movie. So well done. It's so creepy, right? It is very creepy that they had to put up cameras in and it was just in the hallways and like they basically, they very strategically angled the cameras so that they would, you know, not hopefully, it was whatever. I understand why they had to do it. I'm glad they did. because they caught a fucking serial killer. But holy fuck. Holy fuck. No shit, something happened similar? Thank you, BDO. It's called Capturing the Killer Nurse. I'm gonna write that down so I remember it. Thank you so much, BDO. So the documentary is Capturing the Killer Nurse. The movie, like the Hollywood movie with Jessica Chastain and Redmayne, is The Good Nurse. And if you watch the documentary, they all still, he was such a good nurse. That's all they say. Capturing the Killer Nurse. Fucking creepy as fuck. Staging. I almost choked. Uno momento. I have to get this link before I miss it. Hold up. Station said, controversial take, perhaps, but I'd let Jessica Chastain sit on my face. I'm gonna be honest. If wanting that is wrong, I don't want to be right. Hard same. Hard same. Yeah. Now I need to. Everyone go take a cold shower real quick. Oh, 100. David, are you talking about when she knows or when she starts thinking that she knows? That moment when she comes home and sees him playing with her kids? Yes. Oh, I mean, and they talk about that in the documentary, David. If you watch it, he did. He babysat many people's families and children. Many. Almost a lot of the women on the floor. He was like a kid's he was like not in a creepy way. Kids loved him. He was goofy. He was a goofball. He loved to goof around. Like he made jokes and shit. He babysat everybody's kids. Babysat. And like I think some of the nurses literally say like to this day my kids ask me like where's so and so whatever his real name was. Where is he? Why don't we see him anymore? And someday when those kids grow up, their moms are going to sit them down and be like, all right, we're going to have to talk about what the fuck murder is. I know. I agree. I agree. Because, like, someone like that, like, sure, he didn't do it, but someone who is willing to do what he did, I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw them. You know what I'm saying? Ever. Uh-uh. I want to grab a notebook to take notes in case I want to take notes while we read this stupid book. While we read this stupid book, this potentially interesting slash horrifying book I got. Yeah, they record. Oh no, shit! They did the recording too. So this is 1 inch in his country, in their country. Excuse me. An atheist started putting an anesthetist. I can read. Please let me start over. An anesthetist or anesthetist. Is that how you all say it sometimes? Anesthetist started putting his quote unquote parts on patients' mouths while on surgery obstetrics. What the y'all know what obstetrics are, right? Oh my god, Elbel, we're talking about horror medical stories. How are you doing? My love, how are you? Oh my god. Okay, let me continue this. An anesthetist started putting his quote unquote parts on patients' mouths while on surgery, obstetrics. As he was behind the green sheets, the other doctors and nurses didn't see. Oh, shut the fuck up! He straight up did that while other people were literally in the room. I mean, just it's bad no matter what. But what did that make it? What a fucking fuck! Ew. That's fucked up. Oh, that is so fucked up. Obstetrics is baby stuff, by the way. Pregnant women having babies. What the fuck? What I mean, it's not unbelievable, and that's the gross part. Like, I'm sure you know that too. If anyone hasn't worked near or in medicine, nothing is unbelievable anymore. That is a absolute what in the fucking fuck? What the fuck? Wow. Ew. Wake up with a salty taste in your mouth. Why does my baby smell like dick? Ha, that's just your upper lip, babe. Ha ha ha. No, it really is my upper lip. Why does my upper lip taste like dick? Babe. We ain't here to kink shame, but when it's non-consensual, it ain't a kink, that's assault. I guess I can share. My mom just finished packing my wound in my pit. Oh shit, how deep is it? Is that weird of me to ask? Wound care is my jam. Fucking gnarly shit. Yeah, you don't. Oh, David, that's so perfect. You do not get to take your kink into work. You leave your kink at the fucking door. And people knocked out can't consent. 100%. 100%. He got the women under heavy anesthesia, heavier than usual for procedures. That's disgusting. Zeke just pops out. Sorry about the lip. Yeah, exactly. No. No. There's consent is the most important part. And I think anybody in the kinkosphere or the BDSM world would absolutely attest to that. Like, I've heard more than thrice that just in general terms, the sub has all the power. And anybody not in the community has no idea. I've been told that over and over and over, and I just take that. I'm like, okay, good to know. Everybody thinks that it's the dom or the master or whatever, like the person who puts the collar on the other person has all the power. Absolutely not. First lesson. Golden Corral's new slogan. Why does my upper lip smell like dick? Golden Corral. Fun. Oh, Mo, dude. Probably a good idea, honestly. I don't know if I could look at it on my own. Ooh. As I dive into my beef sandwich with red sauce. Well, we are reading like a medical book called The Ice Pick Surgeon today. I'm just giving you a forewarning. We're gonna take a break. I'm gonna pee and stuff. But then we are gonna like dive. I have never read this. I have no idea. But we're gonna, if it's good, we're gonna continue. But it's literally called The Ice Pick Surgeon. And I'm guessing there's some fucked up medical shit in it. That's my guess. That's why you just ask your partner what your partner wants and hope it matches up. Dude, amen. Communication, though. Dude, not being able to talk to your fuck partner has got to be sad. The sub's getting the stuff done to him. The dom tends to set the criteria the sub sets out. That's what they mean. 100%. I mean, I understand what they mean. It's just, it's a nice way of putting it because I don't think a lot of people see that. And I think that's how some people get into trouble with like people who claim to be doms or whatever and are just narcissistic, manipulating pieces of shit on the internet trying to prey on the unsuspecting or the unknowing, you know? I don't know how to put that. Y'all in the scene know the words for it. There's fake doms out there that are just fucking crazy creepies. Creeps, if you will. Figured it out. Like they're never what's the word? They're not they don't compress well. That's like the word I'm looking for. Yeah, like every time I've tried to make one, they're not legible at the tiny size. It really takes a certain like some people know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. I wish I did. I'm not that cool. Feels easy. I don't know. I've tried. I've even followed tutorials and they always look like crap. I really do think like those emote artists deserve to be paid what they're paid, what they charge because they're fantastic. They have a talent I don't have. I don't know how to do it. Hold on. I gotta turn this light down. It's killing my eyes. I don't know why. We're reading anyways. We can be dark. I don't know how, David. You're smarter than me. You animate for a living. Of course you know how to do it. I've tried. Because I honestly, like, I have a shit ton of open emote spots. And I can't afford to pay an emote artist. And I'm not going to ask for free emotes because that's fucking tactless. Emote artists need to make money just like I need to make money. But I've tried. I've looked into tutorials and stuff. I'm so bad at it. I don't know. Let me see. I know. I'm just not smart in that way. I have one open slot for free emotes, meaning anybody in the channel can use them anytime. And then I have 4 open slots for subscriber emotes, 3 open slots for the like tiered emotes. I don't know. I never put anything. I don't ever want someone subbing to me on a tier 3 because they want an emote. Like that's crazy. That's so expensive. And then I have one what are those? I have 3 more emotes. I don't know. I got a lot of fucking emote spots open. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Someday when I'm rich and famous, when I make it. Oh, that little rat is so cute, though. That worked. That worked. It's legible. I know it's a little rat. Don't say stuff like that, Katie. People might believe you. My best qualities are hot and dumb. Don't ruin it for me. You're just a silly, dumb woman. I'm sorry. Queen, excuse me. Princess? No, I don't. I'm kidding. I don't ever want to be famous. That sounds like a terrible time. The idea of not being able to go to the grocery store or go out in public without being mauled by people who recognize you, like, I don't want one person to recognize me when I go to the grocery store, let alone that. That's a horror story. My mom is 75 and she didn't think twice to clean me up. She was a butcher back in the day. Fuck yeah. I mean, I used to work in a surgical unit. Mo, no shit. Humans are no different than a fucking pig on the inside. Yeah, like I love that, Millie is famous. I have so much fan art of Millie. That's great. But myself, like, I don't that seems like a terrible plan. Dude, right? There are some lines that are cringe, and honestly, it might be like translation. Because I don't know if English is their first language or whatever, but I agree with you. What's up, Katie is fine. It's just, small talk. I don't want to small talk with anybody. That's my only thing. Like when people are like, "Oh my god, how are you? We should hang out." Yeah, give me a call sometime. It's never gonna happen. We're wasting I just have too much East Coast in me at this point. I've gotten to that point where I'm a little rude. I'm like, "Oh, I have shit to do." But no, famous, like that's you know what I mean? Like Brad Pitt can't just go to Walmart to pick up towels, I bet. That sounds terrible. That sounds like a horrible time. Ooh, yeet, thank you. Aren't you that famous Katie from the Adult Swim RP show? I made the mistake of reading the YouTube comments on that show, by the way. Don't do that. Half the comments are, "Wow, the cat chick really freaks me out. She scares me. What's wrong with that one?" Oops. Oh, I forgot to get my drink and water. Shitballs. Fuck, shit, fuck. Okay. Dude, hello. I'm into that. Like, I love the casual hello. Those are my favorite. But, like, especially in Colorado, people are really, really friendly here. And, like, normally if you, like, walk past a salesperson, they'll be like, "How are you? You need any help? Okay, bye." If you respond with, "I'm doing good, how are you?" And you just respond you're expecting like, "Good, have a nice day," they will stop what they're doing, turn towards you, and tell you exactly how they're doing. And I just stop it. Stop it. Made a fucking impact with them titties, spraying milk. What did I do? Milk dust or something? That show was so fun though. Real talk. You met Louis Capaldi at work one day? Shut the fuck up. I bet you meet a lot of famous people though on accident. Like just like a weird run by. I know. I love RTJ. I'm gonna go grab some water really quick because I am gonna like read and my poor voice. My poor voice. If you weren't around or in my channel back in the day when we read the Bible, I know, it's as weird as it sounds. Um, I don't just sit here and read absentmindedly. Like I'll read a little bit and then I stop and we fucking talk about it. Those are the kind of things I like to read. These are things that I can't read by myself because I would annoy the living shit out of Zach. Like I wouldn't stopping reading to talk to him about it. Because it's crazy. This shit, like, I'm sure you guys are like mildly, if not highly familiar with a lot of the stuff, like how a lot of our modern science comes from like Nazi shit, stuff like that. I'm assuming there's gonna be some dark stories like that in here. I don't know. Model. Maybe. I feel that pain. I live in NC and get hit with it all the time, right? I mean no harm. I'm the exact same. Like, I don't wanna be a rude person, but, like, I I just wanna go home. I forgot to put shoes on. Like, please stop it. You met Steve-O? Oh my god. Was he nice? Did you meet him? Was he nice? Did you see that clip about nice versus kind about East versus West Coast personalities? Yes. It's yeah. My mom, before I moved to the East Coast, she tried pulling that shit with me all the time. People on the East Coast are really rude, Katie. You're not gonna like it. Everybody there is so rude. And when I moved there, I realized people aren't rude. They respect each other's time. They don't just value their own time. They value your time, and they ain't about to waste your time. And so they're not gonna sit there and talk to you when you got nothing to say. They're direct, they don't bullshit you, and they respect that you've got shit to do, I've got shit to do, and neither of us wanna do this. Whereas on the West Coast, you're an asshole if you don't partake in the ritual that is small talk, but everyone's mean behind your back. Like, they're peaches and cream to your face, but the moment you turn your back, they're assholes. I have connections to a few famous people, including ABBA. Dude, that's weird, and Ariana Grande. I've not personally met anyone famous besides Louis Capaldi and the Rocket Queen. I mean, that's kinda cool, though. I don't wanna meet famous people, like, I'm scared. Mads Mikkelsen, oh my god, is he as scary in real life? When he was 4 years sober, oh my god, that's so cool, though. Understanding cultures is hard, and people I mean, Vex, I'm sure you've heard me say this, but literally, this is a quote from my mom, and it was honestly, I think it's because she just deeply did not want me to move away from her to the East Coast to go work. This was ages ago, but she would say this exact thing. "Everyone on the East Coast is mean. I've never been, but I know. You're gonna hate it." That's what she said to me. Quote. Okay. Yeah, there are no words. She doesn't see the flaw in the logic. And now that I live in Colorado, do you know what she says to me? "I really missed when you lived on the East Coast." Fuck my life, right? I'm getting water. I'm out. I'll be right back. Enjoy the music. Fucking A. Got him. I've actually had dinner with her before. Oh my god. The story she told about Guns N' Roses, I can't even imagine. Shut up. Can you even fathom having a I mean, you're like a degree away from having a story about Guns N' Roses. Shut up. I've got no words. That's amazing. None. I've thought about that before. Like, if I, casually ran into Trent Reznor or one of the gods of mine, I would run away. I would run. I heard his voice and laughed and told my friends that's fucking Steve-O. Oh, yeah. I mean, talk about someone who could never hide in a crowd. Like, he's so fucking identifiable. Most of those guys, honestly, all have a weird laugh I'd probably recognize. Has anyone heard any updates about Bam? Margera. Owie. Last thing I heard, he was quite literally on the run in the woods after threatening to murder everyone in his house, including his parents and his brother. I know. I don't know what's going on. He's lost his mind. Did he turn himself in? Oh, good. Oh, thank fuck. So maybe he sobered up or whatever the fuck was going on. Damn, dude. That was wild. I can't. I mean, he's crazy, but what? The fuck? Did you? Oh, fuck. Did I? Wait, did he turn himself in? I don't remember that. I probably just spaced it. I think I've just been thinking about it too much. I probably thought about it as something else. I just feel it's so weird. It's so weird. It's really hard to even. I mean, he's bizarre, but murder? I'm. I don't know. It just seems really crazy. I feel bad. I hope he's okay. I hope his family's okay, because fuck. Northern Europeans are more like East Coasters, and people think we're rude too. Really? That's so interesting. Personally, I find it way easier to navigate them trying to figure out what people aren't telling me. Reading between the lines, like, who's got time? Who's got the time? Who's got the time? But that's why I get, oh, you're so blunt. You'll say anything. You're so rude. And it's like, no, I'm not. I don't feel like I'm that blunt or rude. I don't fucking dance around the topic, you know? He did assault his brother. Oh, I think, I don't know if I heard about that part. I know he threatened his brother, but I don't remember if I heard he assaulted him. God, that's sad. You're absolutely right, Koshiro. Like, I in no way would argue that. People have encouraged this type of behavior for over 20 years. Bam's not going to change. 100%. Yeah, we talked about that like a couple. I want to say almost a year ago when we were talking about him going into rehab and stuff. And it's like you look at. I mean, just watch Viva La Bam. Let alone what was happening when what was cut, and what was happening when cameras weren't on. Like he was a spoiled, rotten little shit, and still is. I think he's truly a man child who's never been told no. And now that he's an adult, he doesn't know how to deal with fucking no. It's sad. He definitely, I mean, he was pretty fucking wild before, but once done, I think nothing, there was no holds barred when Dunn died. Yeah, I agree. That was the tipping point where he just. I had a poster of Bam in my college dorm room, and my sister has a picture of me kissing it. I was obsessed. Heartbroken. It's so strange to just like. I mean, I was a kid, so I didn't realize. I was just as stupid. But as an adult, you look at it and you're like, "Fuck, dude, they didn't get a chance. Like their terrible parenting was my entertainment or whatever." I kissed it. She has a picture of me kissing it, not pissing on it. Good lord. People think Dunn's death was the turning point, but he was already not. Yeah, he was. I think it was like. I mean, if you think about it, like, and this is just projecting on it. Like, who knows? I don't know anything. But Dunn was a raging alcoholic and abuser of other party drugs and shit. Literally died by driving his car 100 and something miles into a tree while drunk off his ass with another person in the car. And when people, including myself, I've said it, when people are like, oh yeah, Dunn was what was keeping Bam from going off the edge. How? If anything, I think they danced the edge together, and once Dunn was dead, Bam was like, the edge. Woo! You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It just seemed like I know, but then you like read, like I know Bam, like what one of his friends, a couple different people he would take into his house and get them clean of heroin and stuff like that. So it's like I don't know. No one knows. No one knows, but it's sad. I don't think any of those younger guys were very well off. And there's like you look at the ones that are doing okay now, like Johnny Knoxville and stuff. They were never close to like Bam and the younger generation of the Jackass guys. Never really like besties with him or anything. Never did anything separate with them. And those guys are all doing fine. Like, oh my God, have you guys seen Party Boy? What's his real name? Party Boy he hasn't aged a day. He has not aged a day. Wild. Something I always found interesting is that Germans will tell very directly if you're doing something wrong, but there's never really any judgment. Their assumption is that you do not know the right thing because you don't know. So they're just letting you know. That's I mean, I couldn't describe it better. That's the East Coast. Literally. Like, people aren't just being an ass, but like if if you don't see the crosswalk sign moving, they'll fucking push you forward with their body and be like, crosswalk turned. But they're not being an asshole. It's because you didn't see it and you're just standing there on your fucking phone or something. Yeah, I appreciate that more than being lied to, David. 100%. Who was the girl who, oh God, wasn't she like a Playboy bunny? I think that was what she was famous for. Because he had a girlfriend all through Viva La Bam and they broke up and then he started dating this Playboy chick. I don't know. Yeah, I think it was literally she was a model. I think a Playboy model. No shade on that, but other than that, I don't think there was anything else to her. And they did that show together, and I think they had a kid together. I think. Safi, my love, how are you? He was a douche. Oh, I mean, he was a douche to his girlfriend in the show. Is that who you're talking about? He's a douche to everybody. Like Bam surrounds himself with people that will laugh off his douchery. I think that's what he like did, subconsciously, consciously, whatever. His only friends were ones that he could quite literally almost borderline abuse and they'd still come around. Like look at the things he did to Rafe. They fucking stuck Rafe's head in a beehive once. His head. Like I didn't like Rafe. He was boring. But what the fuck? It's abusive, you know? Like I don't want friends that are going to stick my head in a fucking beehive. Are you kidding me? It doesn't shock me. Like I think that's kind of what he did was just like and his parents like look at what he did to his fucking parents. A fraction of what he did to my parents would have strung my ass up for attempting. Holy shit. I don't know. And I think a lot of it was like he used the excuse like, "Oh, I can destroy the house and everything cuz I can just rebuild it. I can pay for it." And it's like I don't think that's the point and I don't think they ever got that across to him, but I don't know. I'm not a parent. I just watched it. I don't fucking know. How are you, Safi, my love? Cheers. We're going to read oh my god, Safi, we're reading a cool like medical I don't even know, honestly, but I picked a cool book to read because we usually read books on Sundays. The Ice Pick Surgeon. Murder, fraud, sabotage, piracy, and other dastardly deeds perpetrated in the name of science. Cheers. Right up your alley, bitch. Exactly, Stajan. And you gotta wonder, did he only get away with it because he was just cute and young for so long? Was that it? Because he still has money. Why is there always a dog hair? Cheers, lovers. So yeah, book, The Ice Pick Surgeon. Murder, fraud, sabotage, piracy, and other dastardly deeds perpetrated in the name of science by Sam Keene. I'm going to put on some music that probably doesn't have lyrics because it's probably easier to pay attention. Where's this coming from? Found it. Although we love Run the Jewels, we have no hate. You know, Manny, he was, but I don't think he was good. Like, I've watched kind of like little documentaries here and there about skateboarding history. I skateboard, not a good skateboarder. I was just one of those, I just skateboard. Um, but I love reading those like or there was a documentary. It was about like the zines, like the original like skateboarder magazines. You remember those? I can't even think of the names of them anymore. But that's kind of how he got his start. Is he would literally stalk these skate parks where these people, the original people making these zines were, and I watched some of them get interviewed, and no one liked him. He literally strong armed him. He would do crazy tricks and almost break his neck just to try to get someone's attention. That was how he started and how he got Jackass's attention and how he got into that group and everything, even though they're all in the same area up in PA. Like, right? I understand why, but he was definitely amateur level. He was never a very good skater. He just made an ass of himself. And they were like, oh shit, that kid almost broke his neck. Get a picture, put it in the zine. And that was, but it's interesting. And this was, I mean, I watched this a bit ago, far before he lost his mind. I think he was an asshole already. Like it was way after Viva La Bam and all those shows. But I remember I watched it and I was like kind of flabbergasted that everyone just kind of either had a very benign opinion of him or straight up didn't like him. That no one was like, vehemently like against him or anything, but everyone was just like, he was an annoying kid. He would never go away. And his dad was there with him. His dad like supported this, like sitting at the skate park for 13 hours a day to try to get attention. Yes, Lords of Dogtown is a good movie, but it's sad. It's a heart wrencher. No shit, coach. why was he the local hero? Like, what happened there? The Calderma, I was just gonna say the same thing. The documentary Dogtown and Z-Boys was I liked that better. The movie's good, but it's real, I don't know how you say that, like, visceral? I don't know. It's got some rough parts in it for me. I can't remember. I haven't seen it since it came out, but I remember watching it. Isn't Heath Ledger in it? Heath Ledger's like their fucking manager or something? God, it's old. The movie. Fuck, if Heath was alive, damn. Dating myself. Let's get out of here. Why was he the local hero, though? I'm curious. Because I just don't see what stands out about him to ever make him that. He is. Yep, really, really good movie, but I remember it being sad and heart-wrenching, and I don't remember why. I don't know. I think there's honey on my weed. Ew. I put honey in my coffee earlier for my throat. um. That's the only park he skated at. Oh, okay. So that's where he was able to skate really good. So he basically just got really, really good at one park in particular. Every skate park has that one quote unquote local hero who can skate that particular park very good. Okay. And then he couldn't do anything beyond that. All right. Yeah, staging. It's not the best, but I make my coffee really strong. So honestly, I can't taste it too much. It's just an excuse to get honey in my throat. So my throat's not so rough. Tea first thing in the morning gives me a tummy ache. I don't know why. I've always been that way for some reason. Every tea, any tea, black tea, green tea, anything, tea first thing in the morning, it gives me like heartburn almost. It's weird, but coffee doesn't. So it's just like, gotta get the coffee in. However, if you ever get like a latte or something, some fancy, frothed up coffee, my sister introduced me to this one and it's really fucking good. It's a cinnamon honey latte where they steam the cinnamon and they put the honey in the milk and steam it in the milk, like froth it with the milk. Oh, it's real good. I'm not really into fancy coffee, but damn, that one's good. Tea gives you heartburn too? I wonder what that is. Because same, not at the end of the day. Like I can have tea in the evening, totally fine. But first thing in the morning, heartburn every time. Tea before I drink or eat something. What the fuck is it? Okay, there's more than 3 of us. There's got to be something. There's got to be something in it. I don't know what it is. Cold foam is crack. I think it's crack to everybody. Nah, dude, I don't have anything wrong with my stomach, and it's always given me just like that burny heartburn feeling right there. And it doesn't matter if I put cream in it, honey, nothing. Tea. For some reason, any tea I've tried, I've done American black tea, I've done British black tea, I've done it all. It all gives me heartburn first thing in the morning. I don't know why. I left and came back into the stream, and the face you were making in the thumbnail was great. It was your oh god. You know what's funny? I like that's probably like the number one thing I like say a lot when I'm either frustrated or otherwise is just why? 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 I get really angry and I just start saying why over and over. And I made a necklace that says why on it. It's like a gold pendant and it just has pounded Y, the letters into it. And then I realized that I also wear one that says K. So now I just have 2 necklaces that look really similar, look like they should be a pair, and my neck says KY all the time. So I fucked up. I'm loading a bowl, just ignore me. But also, why? Why did I do that? Why'd you do that, Katie? Moron. Why? Why? Okay, but why? I don't know. Why? KY. KY. I don't know. Also, if you spell out the word fuck, you're basically telling me to fuck off. Rude. F-U-C-K. F-U. Hot tea or iced tea or both? Both. Tea. And I've tried, like, I remember when I went to London the first time, I was like, maybe I can have tea in the morning and I won't get heartburn. And it's just instant. I don't know why. But coffee does not. So I usually have like 1 to 2 cups of coffee first thing in the morning, and the rest of the day I stick to tea. Because there's way more tea in the world. Like there's so much more variety, so many flavors. And I really like tea, but it's like I have to have something in my stomach before it, otherwise it burns. And it hurts. Friendship, unity, caring, and kindness. Foxtrot. Uniform. Charlie. Kilo. Cheers. I do too, Caldermo. That's all I do to my tea is milk, but it still doesn't prevent the fucking heartburn. Sucks. Green tea too. I tried to go on like a health kick and I was like, ooh, green tea is gonna like up my metabolism. I'm gonna glow. Heartburn. Instantly. And I don't get heartburn from literally anything. Like I kind of have a great Nerd Ducky, thank you for the biddies, you silly fuck. I appreciate you. Ducky, my love. Thank you. The tannins. Oh no shit. Beezabelly says apparently the tannins in tea leaves can irritate digestive system. I would believe it. I mean, it's happening to enough of us. It's got to be something. And milk doesn't make it go away, which is interesting. Oh, Earl Grey is so. Have you ever had a London Fog? It's probably like some cheesy American latte type drink. It's essentially a tea latte where they like steam a bag of Earl Grey and then they put a little bit of lavender syrup in it and then steamed milk. And I think that's it. Is it lavender? Fuck, it's been a really long time since I had one, but they're really good. The Google Foo! Hey, it works. Vanilla with lavender, that's what it is. Yeah, it's really good. If you're feeling something a little spicy, and not actually spicy, but you're just feeling a little different. Yeah, London Fogs are really fucking good. They are. It's like it just is like a really creamy Earl Grey. The lavender and the vanilla is so mild and so little. It's not like it's not like drinking perfume, you know? Like I've had drinks before that they say they put rose in it or something. They're like, "Oh, it's got fucking like Himalayan rose, dusky, whatever." And it's like drinking perfume. It is not that at all. I don't know what's different. I think it's cuz it's an actual like sugar syrup, like a lavender sugar syrup, and they're not using like essence of lavender or something like that. And if it does taste like perfume, they're using essence of lavender. Don't drink that. Oh my god, Ducky, I'm so sorry. I know. I've like for the past 5 days, I've felt like I'm on the verge of a headache, so I've just been smoking the pain away. I've never seen David's tea, but we can get a lot of different things. I mean, the US is one of those places. I mean, that's like the one perk to living here is we can pretty much get anything anywhere if you're willing to go or at least get it on Amazon. Like the tea I drink, I almost exclusively drink tea that's British brands cuz they're better, but I have to order them online most of the time, but it's easy, you know? Yorkshire Gold and P&G Tips. Those are hard to find in stores, but they're better. They're a creamier, thicker tea in my opinion. Get your sister Shippy some David's cream. David's tea cream of Earl Grey. That sounds so good. David's tea cream of Earl Grey. David's team cream of Earl Grey. David's. I'm gonna write it down. David's team. What an David's team. David's tea. Katie. David, you have a tea. I'm into it. I've always been a sucker for Earl Grey. Bergamot. I've found that's my thing. Anything that has bergamot in it, like the scent of bergamot, the essence of it. I'm a crack. It's crack. I don't know what it is. I found some candles that are bergamot, and I was like, oh, I have to light those for the rest of my life. I'm not sending my cream. I need your David's cream. You didn't tell me you were an Earl, by the way. Rude. We've been friends for how many years now? Jesus. Oh my god, a scone clotted. Oh my god, or a scone, dude. Clotted cream's incredible. Do not underestimate the powers of clotted cream. Darjeeling. I honestly, there's not a lot of teas in the world I have had that I don't like. I'm really into a hot beverage. Yeah, I really like a lot of. It's just unfortunately I get heartburn, so I can't drink them first thing in the morning, which sucks. They have standalone stores. David, you have your own. You have like a franchise of your cream. I'm so jealous. Now, so mostly like grocery stores and pharmacies. Good for them. That's probably easier. I've never had clotted cream on ice cream. That sounds like a new level of decadence. That sounds incredible. Stop it. We can't talk about food right before we talk about medical nasty. Stop. This is a bad idea. There went my pen. It's fine. Mm. I'm just getting reading friendly music on in the background. Give me one sec. Shit I don't pay attention to, but is there. You know, Europeans, we're all some kind of inbred royalty. I didn't think it was a big deal. I mean, if you go by the Bible, we're all very inbred. Hibiscus and raspberry has gotta be one of my favorite teas. Hibiscus is so underrated. I never, ever tried it. I didn't try hibiscus anything for years because I was like, "That's a flower. Why the fuck would you eat a flower?" No, it's great. It's fantastic. I like reading time too. They actually put quotes at the beginning. These quotes are interesting before it even starts. The first quote's by Albert Einstein. Most people say that it is the intellect which makes which makes a great scientist. They are wrong. It is character. Interesting, considering he married his cousin. Sugary iced peach green tea. I mean, sweet tea. I could probably drink that first thing in the morning, but is that tea? Let's be real. And then the second one's by Dr. Thomas Rivers, who I'm unfamiliar with. All I can say is it's against the law to do many things, but the law winks when a reputable man wants to do a scientific experiment. That's the quote before the book even starts. My butthole just went inside. All I can say is it's against the law to do many things, but the law winks when a reputable man wants to do a scientific experiment. What? Sick. We're having a great time. Let me see. Is there a prologue? No. Oh, prologue. Cleopatra's legacy. This book is going to get dark, and I'm really excited for it. Medical history is dark and scary. Prologue to the ice pick surgeon, Cleopatra's legacy. According to legend, the first unethical science experiment in history was designed by none other than Cleopatra. At some point during her reign, 51 to 30 BCE, a question arose among Egyptian scholars. When can you first tell whether babies are male or female in the womb? Oh no. Katie interjects immediately. No one knew! No one knew, so Cleopatra enlisted some maidservants in a fiendish plan. Oh no. Run to the hills. Nope, we just started, Gloomy. You want to hear the very first sentence? We just started it, yep. Prologue. Cleopatra's legacy. According to legend, the first unethical science experiment in history was designed by none other than Cleopatra. At some point during her reign, 51 to 30 BCE, a question arose among Egyptian scholars. When can you first tell whether babies are male or female in the womb? Oh no! No one knew, so Cleopatra enlisted some maidservants in a fiendish plan. I'm nervous. This wasn't the Queen's first foray into medical science. According to ancient sources, and modern historians back this up, Cleopatra took a lively interest in the work of her court physicians. She also invented a dubious cure for baldness. A paste of scorched mice and burnt horses' teeth, which... What? Sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. She also invented a dubious... I know half of us were like, how do we cure the baldness? I'd like eyebrows. I can't. It's so bad. A dubious cure for baldness. A paste of scorched mice and burnt horses' teeth, which was blended with bear grease, deer marrow, reed bark, and honey, and massaged into the scalp. Quote, until it sprouted. More ominously, the Greek historian Plutarch reported that Cleopatra experimented on prisoners with poisons. Oh, goody. She started with tinctures and chemicals, probably derived from plants, and graduated to venomous animals. She even pitted different venomous beasts against each other in combat, fascinated to see who'd win. Okay, so like first sign of a psychopath, right? Or like of a sociopath or a murderer. This knowledge came in handy when Cleopatra ended her own life by letting an asp bite her breast, which she'd observed to be a relatively painless death. As bad as poisoning prisoners seems, her experiment with fetuses... Oh, God. They really do just sink or swim you at the beginning, don't they? They really do. As bad as poisoning prisoners seems, her experiment with fetuses surpassed that in depravity. We don't know the source of Cleopatra's obsession here, why she cared about the answer so much, but whenever one of her maidservants was sentenced to death, an apparent common occurrence, The queen ran her through the same procedure. Okay. They're describing. I'm going to take a hit. We're really getting right in there, aren't we? Really right in there. Cheers. Right the fuck in there. Yeah, Cleopatra's a classic case of power going to your head. Yeah, I have to be more high for whatever we're about to read. This is just the prologue. I didn't read any of it because I wanted to read it with you guys. It's way more fun. But holy shit. How much is the doggy in the window sounds like a terrible song to have on while we're reading about fetus death? Potential. Alleged. Cheers, y'all. As bad as poisoning prisoners seems, her experiment with fetuses surpassed that in depravity. We don't know the source of Cleopatra's obsession here, why she cared about the answer so much, but whenever one of her maidservants was sentenced to death, an apparent common occurrence, the queen ran her through the same procedure. First, everyone cheers. Cool. Just making sure you're good and medicated. First, in case she was already pregnant, she forced the maid to swallow one of the noxious substances she knew about, a quote, destructive serum that purged the womb. With the slate now clean, Cleopatra had a maidservant forcibly impregnate the maid. Okay. Make it make sense. Okay. I'm sorry. I don't. First, in case she was already pregnant, she forced the maid to swallow one of the noxious substances she knew about, a quote, destructive serum that purged the womb. With the slate now clean, the womb, Cleopatra had a maidservant forcibly impregnate the maid. Finally, at some predetermined time later, she had the maid's belly torn open and the fetus inside fished out. Accounts differ on the results, but Cleopatra could reportedly distinguish males from females by day 41 after conception, thus proving the sexual differentiation. Differentiation began early. All in all, she considered the experiment a success. It does sound like Madame Lollery. Dude, what if I hope she's in this. She better be in this. If the fucking prologue is starting with Cleopatra murdering fetuses, this better have Madame Lollery in this. Otherwise, we quit. Because what a legend. Like, not a good, in a good way. What an infamous evil. I don't know. If you've seen American Horror Story, you got a taste. Yeah, I don't even know. Anyways, sorry. That's a lot. All in all, she considered the experiment a success. Now, the only historical mentions of this horror came from the Talmud, and on the face of it, the accounts are suspect. Cleopatra had scores of enemies who spread propaganda about her, and it's hard to think of a story that would demonize her more effectively than this. Furthermore, according to what doctors now know, Katie's dyslexic, the results don't make sense. 6 weeks after conception, fetuses have eyes and a nose and little finger nubs, but they're only half an inch long and don't have genitals, making it impossible to distinguish males from females. Genitals form during week 9 when the fetus is 2 inches long. I didn't know that. That's interesting. So even laying aside the propaganda, it's doubtful whether Cleopatra performed this experiment. Thank fucking fuck, my god. Although, that means someone did. Like, where the fuck they get that from? Ew. Ew. Legend or not, however, many generations of people believe the story, which says something important. Cleopatra was powerful and hated, and the ghastly vividness of the tale gripped people's imaginations. No shit. We expect tyrants to do horrifying things, but even beyond that, something else about the account rang true. There was an archetype lurking here, something deep and scary that was recognizable even back then. A person who takes things too far and lets their obsession get the best of them, Madame Lollery. What we now call a mad scientist. The madness of a mad scientist is a I have such a hard time with this word. Peculiar. Peculiar. I hate this word. My whole life I've had a really hard time with this word. Peculiar. Peculiar. Weird. Fuck you. That's a stupid word. I hate this. Hold up. Blah 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 blah. The madness of a mad scientist is a weird one because peculiar is a stupid word. I can't say it. What's wrong with my mouth? They're not muttering gibberish or buttonholing you about. I thought that said buttholing. My brain. I'm sorry. Buttholing. They're not muttering gibberish or buttonholing you about loony conspiracies. To the contrary, they think quite logically. Here, Cleopatra experimented only on maidservants sentenced to death. If they were going to die anyways, she apparently reasoned, why not have them serve some useful purpose in the meantime? This decided, she made them take an oh my god. It's a word to mean like something to abort babies. Abortifacient. Abortifacient. What a terrible word to use, and I hate it. Peculiar. Oh my god, I said it. Peculiar. Nope, I don't want to ruin it. I'm gonna ruin my mouth. Oh no. It's broken now. Bless you. It worked for a second. Oh man. This decided, she made them take an abortifacient. Abortifacient. That is such a fucking weird word. Jesus Christ. Abortifacient to ensure that any prior pregnancies didn't confound her results. She then recorded the exact date of the rape insemination. I'm sorry if I have to say rape. It is rape. To nail down her answer to the day. If we judge this solely as an experiment, Cleopatra did everything right. Judged by every other standard, of course, Cleopatra did nothing right. She grew so obsessed, so blinkered, that she abandoned all notions of decency and compassion, ignoring the gore and shrieks of pain, pushing ahead no matter the human cost. No, what makes a mad scientist mad isn't their lack of logic or reason or scientific acumen. It's that they do science too well to the exclusion of their humanity. Whoa. The song playing is Sweet Madness. Shut up. We're haunted. Buttholing. We made a new word together. I'm going to read that one more time. That's a deep line. No, what makes mad scientists mad isn't their lack of logic or reason or scientific acumen. It's that they do science too well to the exclusion of their humanity. Oof. Dark. That was the fucking prologue. Now we're in the introduction. We haven't even started the book and we've gotten hella dark. Intro. In our society, scientists are the good guys, usually. They're cool and clever, rational and clear-headed, calmly dissecting the world around us. Oh no, I'm a scientist. Is this gonna hit me? Am I self-destructive here? They're cool and clever, rational and clear-headed, calmly dissecting the world around us. But as the story of Cleopatra shows, sometimes obsession grips them. Human centipede. They turn things inside out. Oh no, human centipede. They turn things inside out and twist what's normally a noble pursuit into something dark. Under this spell, knowledge isn't everything. It's the only thing. I'm scared. This book explores what pushes men to cross the line and commit crimes and misdeeds in the name of science. Each chapter is devoted to a different transgression: fraud, murder, sabotage, espionage, grave robbing, and more. Oh, goody. Great. A comprehensive tour of the criminal arts. Admittedly, some of these stories are dastardly fun. Who doesn't enjoy a good pirate yarn or a juicy tale of revenge? Others, however, still leave us squirming centuries later, and while some of these incidents were splashed across the headlines of every tabloid in their day, may have been overlooked in history or receded with the fog of time, despite their sensational nature. This book resurrects these stories and dissects what drove people to break the ultimate taboos. Dude, David, right? I've heard that one before. It's also equally scary. You were so concerned with whether you could, you never stopped to think whether you should. Hard, yeah. Yeah. I must sippy. Honestly, Kino, that'd be a sick name. Is it from Jurassic Park? It's fantastic. Is it? It's so good. Is it? What's his fuck that says that? Um, life finds a way. Does he say that? Man, it's been a bit since I watched the first Jurassic Park. I should watch it again. It's such a good movie. Oh, it's the math guy. No, you're right. It's the math guy. Yep. Dr. Malcolm's his name. Yep. Good call. Yep. Thanks. No, you're right though. It's apt. It's a good one. It could be applied to many things. Excuse me. These tales also have surprising things to say about how science works. We all know how discovery usually happens. Someone observes a curious event in nature or gets a light bulb idea into how some process or particle behaves. Then they test their hypotheses by running experiments or heading out into the field. If they're lucky, things go smoothly. Ha! That's in the book. More foreshadowing much? More often, frustrations pile up, experiments flop, funding gets yanked, fossilized colleagues refuse to accept new results. Finally, after much persistence, the evidence is too overwhelming to ignore, and the opposition thaws. The scientist returns from the intellectual wilderness, hailed as brilliant. The world at large benefits with new medical treatment or high tech material, or maybe even insight into where life comes from, or the fate of the cosmos. It takes a certain type of person to endure this gauntlet, someone patient and self sacrificing. That's why our society has traditionally revered scientists as heroes. But science is more than a string of isolated eurekas. Like much of the rest of society, science has faced a moral reckoning recently, and understanding what good and evil look like in science. From the path from one to the and the path from one to the other is more vital than ever. Science has its own sins to answer for. Even more surprising is the realization that unethical science is often ipso facto bad science. That morally dubious research is often scientifically dubious as well. At a glance, this might sound strange. After all, people often argue that knowledge is neither good nor bad. Only human application makes it so. But science is also a communal activity. Its results need to be checked. Peer review. That's me. Its results need to be checked, verified, and accepted by other people. Humans are baked right into the process. And as story after story in this book shows, science that ignores human concerns or tramples humans' rights consistently falls short of what it could be. This is so relevant. At best, such work disrupts the scientific community and squanders time and energy on strife. At worst, it undermines the cultural and political freedoms necessary for science to take place. Harming and betraying people harms and betrays science in turn. Boom, bitch! Cheers into that. Ooh, the ice pick surgeon. And then it's got a whole bunch of words after it, but I bet if you look up the ice pick surgeon, it'll come right the fuck up. The author's last name is Keen. Kean, I believe. Sam Keen, I think was the name. Yeah. Anyways. I'm just going to read that last line because it was beautiful. Harming and betraying people harms and betrays science in turn. That's why these stories are of more than just academic or biological interest. Only rarely do scientific villains emerge fully formed like Athena from the head of Zeus. Greek mythology. And an itch. That's why these stories are of more than just academic or biological interest. Only rarely do scientific villains emerge fully formed like Athena from the head of Zeus. In most cases, morals erode slowly. People break bad step by by painful step. By understanding what these scientists were doing and why they thought themselves justified, we can spot the same dubious reasoning in modern research and maybe even prevent problems from arising. Indeed, dissecting depraved deeds provides depraved deeds, oh goody, provides an opportunity to learn how to short circuit bad impulses and redirect people towards better ends. But science is optional in school now. What do we do? Help. That's why, excuse me, along those same lines, many stories here plumb the psychological motivations behind these warped deeds. Oh, thank God. That's my favorite part. What are scientifically minded criminals like? How do they differ from run of the mill criminals? How does their intelligence and advanced knowledge of the world aid and abet their wrongdoing? Chapter 4, for instance, examines a sensational murder at Harvard, where a medical professor used his knowledge of anatomy to dispatch and dismember a university trustee. He thereby became the second Harvard alum in history to be executed for a crime. In a later chapter, we'll meet the man who was nearly number 3. Oh, good. Many people just assume that intelligent folks are more enlightened and moral. If anything, the evidence runs the other way. Oh, I feel good. Finally, how do scientists justify their sins to themselves and others? Psychologists have actually identified several tricks that researchers use to rationalize their deeds and minimize their guilt. A primer on why good scientists do bad things. For one, scientists are more likely to trample ethical boundaries when they feel excessive pressure to reach their goals. Scientific scoundrels also employ euphemisms to mask their deeds, even to themselves. Or they perform a complex mental arithmetic, whereby the good they've done in the past somehow cancels out the harm they're causing now. Bob, you're such an average criminal. So basic. It's such a diss. Oh, man. Scientists seem especially prone to tunnel vision. It's no secret that science rewards intense focus, and tunnel vision is a corollary. Is a corollary? I thought it was just corollary. Whatever. Is a corollary of that focus. When you know what? I think because we're on my iPad, we can literally look it up. Let's learn. I thought you used it different. In mathematics and logic, a corollary, yes, I pronounced it right according to this, is a theorem of less importance which can be readily deduced from a previous, more notable statement. A corollary could, for instance, be a proposition which is incidentally proved while proving another proposition. It might also be used more casually to refer to something which naturally or incidentally accompanies something else. Okay. Smart stuff. It's no secret that science rewards intense focus, and tunnel vision is a corollary of that focus. Yeah, I get it. So corollary is like just it just goes alongside that intense focus. Get it? Cool, we learned. Yeah, I love that, dude. I love being able to look up words like that instead of just skip over them. It's my favorite thing. Let me find it again. Corollary. When immersed in their research, some people can't see beyond it, and they subsume. That's a fun one. I haven't said that word in a while. And they subsume everything in their lives to the pursuit of their goals, ethics included. In these cases, the morality or immorality of a research project might never occur to them. Chapter 2 recounts how many pioneering European scientists in the 1600s and 1700s, including giants like Isaac Newton and Carl Linnaeus, piggybacked on the transatlantic slave trade to gather facts. Oh no. Oh no. That's just me. Oh no. Should we just call it Bloody Sunday for this book? I feel like we're gonna be having some dark times. Um, piggybacked how Isaac Newton and Carl Linnaeus piggybacked on the transatlantic slave trade to gather facts and collect specimens from far-flung places. Yet specimens meaning human beings, by the way. Yet few of them ever questioned their involvement in slavery as long as the data kept flowing. Ah! So the book's going as dark as I can. Do I need a warning before Sunday? Like, I don't want to give one because I kind of feel like people that would avoid this kind of shit need to hear it, but also, like, it's going to be dark. They better talk about Johns Hopkins and the stealing of Henrietta Lacks' DNA. That's all I'm saying, because that's another pretty fucked up thing that happened in science. Yeah, we're going to have to put a warning on this boy because it's got some dark shit. I think it's going to be fun, but I know that some people, like, get ill. Pussy. I'm just kidding. You're beautiful. I respect. If the community responds well to this one, I can recommend The Skeptic's Guide to the Galaxy. Ooh. Skeptic's Guide to the Galaxy. I'll write it down. I really enjoy how this is written so far. The author's, like, tone and rhythm is really easy to read. I like it so far. Okay. Piggybacked, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I'm gonna read that again because I broke it up a lot, but man, it's gonna get dark. Including giants like Isaac Newton and Carl Linnaeus piggybacked on the transatlantic slave trade to gather facts and collect specimens from far-flung places. Yet few of them ever questioned their involvement in slavery as long as the data kept flowing. I mean, Myron, yes. But you know me, just because it feels bad doesn't mean I shouldn't learn about it. I feel like how else can I respect those who died to these horrible things than learn about it and not be ignorant to it, you know? That sounds so corny, but you know what I mean. Welcome to corn. Uh, in still other cases, in still other cases, ethics get inverted. Compared to, say, politics, science seems pure. Just think of all the miseries science has liberated us from, all those life-saving medicines and labor-saving technologies. Scientists are justly proud of this record. But it's all too easy for some to fall into the trap that science equals good, period. And in this worldview, anything that furthers scientific research must therefore be positive as well. Science becomes its own end, its own moral justification. Similarly, scientists with delusions of grandeur often fall for the means end fallacy. Scary shit. I had an itch. Ew. Anyways, they convince themselves that their research will usher in a scientific utopia and that the bliss of that utopia will supersede by many orders of magnitude any suffering they're causing in the short term. Chapter 5 shows how Thomas Edison fell into this trap and tortured dogs and horses. Chapter 5 shows how Thomas Edison fell into this trap and tortured dogs and horses with electricity in order to prove the superiority of his preferred system of generating current. Even worse. Oh? Even worse. Chapter 7 shows how research into eliminating sexually transmitted diseases has occasionally involved giving people syphilis or gonorrhea in order to study them. I know this story. It's another one involving just giving black people diseases for funsies. Myron fucking ripped it out of my mouth. Tuskegee. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to fuck with you again. How do we fix it? Change it? Fix it? Yes. I would not stop reading this, but I completely understand if there's those of you that get hella uncomfortable because this is shit that's dark. But it is real. It's real history, and that's I don't know. Fuck. Fuck. Okay. Where the fuck did I leave off? Sorry. This is gonna get dark. Even worse, Chapter 7 shows how research into eliminating sexually transmitted diseases has occasionally involved giving people syphilis or gonorrhea in order to study them. In both cases, people meaning black people. In both cases, the reasoning was clear. Just gotta crack a few more eggs. I need to get a puke bag. But when we sacrifice morals for scientific progress, we often end up with neither. Before rationalizations, there's also the question of what makes scientific crimes unique. Oh my god, I touched the screen. When regular people transgress, they do so for money, for money or power, or something grubby. Grubby? Man, okay. Only scientists go rogue for data to augment our understanding of the world. To be sure, many of the crimes detailed here are complex and have multiple motives. Human beings are messy. For example, because of societal taboos against dissecting human bodies, many anatomists in the 1800s began paying quote unquote resurrectionists to rob graves for them, donning a black hat that was the only way to get the knowledge they coveted. Some anatomists even robbed graves themselves or accepted corpses from murderers. They grew so obsessed with their research that nothing else mattered to them, and their humanity got corrupted in the process. These stories aren't just macabre antiques either, something to dust off and scare students with. Oh, my students! Modern science is still a reckoning with the fallout. Take the slavery based research above. We called it. Many specimens collected via the slave trade became the nucleus of now famous museums and remain on the shelves today. I need a puke bag. These museums wouldn't exist without slavery. Oh my god. Which means that science and slavery are still intertwined centuries later. Or consider the experiments that Nazi doctors ran on prisoners during World War II. They tossed people into vats of ice water, for instance, to study hypothermia. It was barbarous work and often crippled or killed the victims, but in some cases, it's the only real data we have even today on how to revive people in extremis. So what ethically should we do? Turn our heads or use the data? Which outcome best honors the victims? Evil can roil a scientific field along after the perpetrators have died. Wow. Evil can roil a scientific field long after the perpetrators have died. Damn. That's not even the last sentence. That just hit me. It's so well written. I enjoy this. I mean, enjoy. You know what I mean? At least it's a well written form of history that I can take in without being bored out of my skull because someone's writing it like fucking stereo instructions. You know what I mean? Beyond mining the past, this book contains some stories set in modern times, within the memories of people alive today. It also contains an appendix that looks to the fascinating future of crime. What dark deeds will scientists perpetrate in centuries to come? In some cases, like the crimes that will emerge when we colonize Mars and other planets, we can anticipate what will happen by looking at crimes on polar expeditions, where the bleak landscapes and sheer struggle to survive drove people mad. In other cases, there's really no precedent. What new crimes can we expect when we all have programmable robot companions in our homes? Or when cheap, ubiquitous, oh, this is a bad word for me too, ubiquitous genetic engineering floods the world. I don't have AI in my house because I don't like when electronics talk to me. It scares me. I mean, I have this, but I don't let it talk back. Doesn't mean it's not listening, though. You creepy fuck! Overall, this book fuses the drama of scientific discovery with the illicit thrill of true crime tales. Oh, bitch, that's my shit! The stories range from the dawn of science in the 1600s to the high-tech felonies of tomorrow, and they cover all corners of the globe. If we're honest with ourselves, oh, Riri, We've all fallen into the rabbit hole of obsession before, or bent the rules in pursuit of something we coveted. But I did not have a game shark! But few of us, stop looking at me. Few of us have been as thoroughly corrupted as the rogues in Ice Pick Surgeon. We tend to think of science as progressive, a force for good in the world, and it usually is. Usually. Ooh, Workster, fuck yes. Not an AI. Mm-hmm. Just like I'm not an alien. Teehee haha. Oh, yep. The use of blacks for medical experimentation and demonstration in the Old South. Is this like, oh, it's just like an excerpt? Fuck, dude. I'll read what's there. An abundance of materials in the Southern medical journals reveals that slaves had a fairly significant role in the medical education and an experimental and radical medical and surgical practice of the antebellum South. Remarked J. Walter Fisher in a 1968 article describing some of the medical uses to which slaves were put in the Old South. Further investigation into this subject indicates the Southern white medical educators and researchers relied greatly on the availability of, I don't want to say it, black patients for various purposes. Black bodies often found their way to dissecting tables, operating amphitheaters, classrooms, or bedside demonstrations and experimental facilities. This is not to deny that white bodies were similarly used in northern cities and in southern port towns such as New Orleans, Louisville, Memphis, Charleston, and Mobile, where poor transient whites were abundant seamen, European immigrants, and white indigents undoubtedly joined blacks in fulfilling. There's no more to read. Dark. I've read a book about this stuff. It's on the topic of this stuff makes it seem like it's junk. On the topic of, I apologize, I don't mean to make it say white, like make it seem light. It is not. Jesus fucking Christ. I was raised that any form of that word is bad, and I feel gross. My mom, I've told you, like, she would have fucking swatted my teeth out of my face if I said anything, any form. Like, it just personally, I don't know. I don't wanna. It has such icky connotations still, and there's so many fucking nasty people using that word today. Ugh, it makes me feel pity. But all of my friends, whom are people of color, have told me I'm a black person, refer to me as a black person, and until I'm told different by them, like, and if like Myron, I know you was a beautiful chocolate bitch. If there's any other lovely cocoa motherfuckers in chat who would like to correct this Jew ho, please do so. I'm open to it. I will never speak to the experience I can't speak to because fuck that. They are. They're my little Mothra ones. Can I grab it? Make it face forward? Yeah. But it's got the moon phases on it. Hold on. Spin it. It's got the little moon phases. Aren't those cute? It's ironically moth season in Colorado. I think I've told you about it, David. It's so crazy. Like this time of year, if I open my shed door, like a pound of moths would just fall on my face. I feel like this is my like anti-moth. I don't remember. I got them on Etsy a very, very long time ago. And if Sudi designs things and sells them on Etsy, it's very, very likely. I don't remember. Because they're like it's like a horseshoe tunnel with the dangly. Thank you. I like them too. No shit, Myron. That's wild. My Nana says Irish, but I don't think that's near as that's no not I'm not comparing. But it is weird that it says that. Ignorance isn't bad or dumb, yo. You're putting in a million of your spoons of energy into understanding this shit. I do. I mean, and at the end of the day, I think what's important is understanding I will never understand it. Ever. But that's because I will never be a black person. I will never understand the experience of being black because I am not black. I can do my best, but y like, you know what I mean? It's like the more you know, the less you realize you know. It's kinda like that, kind of like logic, and I think I'd rather know that I know nothing than, you know, be some cocky like, "Well, I know because I have a black friend," because we all know how that goes. Or any conversation that starts with, "I'm not racist, but" No! Stop. Shh. You know what I'm saying? Mosquitoes. We thankfully don't get those too bad here. It's so windy. It's kinda nice. It's kinda nice. That's one pro. Sooty Bears did some Moz it might be, honestly, like, if she made, like, a pattern for it and sold it I got these on Etsy ages ago, I don't remember. But I love them. They are beautiful, and they were from someone who hand cast them somewhere. Knowledge helps people have empathy, I truly think so, yeah. And just not being afraid to talk to people, like, I feel just, just in talking to my very redneck white family, they have a whole lot of opinions, and not one of them have ever just asked someone that those opinions are about, if that makes sense, in a very wide sense. Like, they'll tell you all about something, like, they know all about it, and it's like, it just like, looks so ignorant. It's so ignorant. It is ignorant. It's weird. Me too. I'm so all about Etsy. Like, the fact I hate spending money on myself. Like, that is one thing I've always had a problem with. But Etsy helps me get over that just like a tiny, tiny bit because it's a real human being who like handmade. I always look through the handmade stuff, and it's a real human being who's making stuff like I make stuff, and that makes me feel good. Whereas like throwing money at Walmart doesn't make me feel good. I don't think it makes anybody feel good. You know? All I know is I know nothing, yes. I'll educate forever, and I'm always open to be told, "Shut up, dumb bitch. That ain't how it goes." Because, like, oh, man. Someone was saying earlier, like, there's no fault in being wrong because you can't learn without it, and that's facts. Asking questions, admitting to being ignorant in a certain area and or fucking, like, being wrong and being corrected, that's the only way you learn. You don't learn outside of that. If you pretend to know everything, you're never gonna learn anything. Berserker, how are you, love? Oh god, Cal, I'm so sorry. Half my friends. It's a bad time. Mhm. Writes a crayon. I literally have you ever hung out with a kid who does the, "I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, stop, I know." When you try to, like, when a parent is just explaining literally anything to them, they don't know shit, but they're just done listening, and that's how they do it. They, like, don't there's a level of adults that don't grow up with that shit. They don't grow out of it, I mean. Great song. Well, my state has fucking Bobert bitch in it, though. She lives here. She has a 2-year-old granddaughter that has, like, a rifle or something, and that is here in my state. Yeah, heavy shutters. What a trash heap. Yeah. So, have you guys ever seen a trach? Like, when someone has a breathing tube in their neck that they just live on now? Like, they just have that all the time? And they can put a little valve on it that makes it so they can talk like this to you. It's called a Passimier valve. So, if you don't clean those out a couple times a day, at the end of the day, what happens is the buildup of, like, dead skin and, like, refuse that normally is caught up in, like, your nose hairs and your snot of your nose gets caught on that little tube, and as a respiratory therapist, we have to, like, take, like, a stick and, get it the fuck like, pull it out, and it's literally like a perfect ring in the shape of the trach tube that it looks kind of like caramel gone bad, I assume that's similar to Bobert's smell, taste, and presence in any room. Yeah, not to be too real. Yeah, like, if you haven't snaked your bathroom sink drain in a few months, give it a good snaking, and that's oddly, mysteriously slimy, goopy, like, does, like, this of hair and spit and gooby nonsense that's now turning into a monster. Bobert. Ah, it's a different flavor of shit, Mickey. They're like friends, or they were up until they had a spat recently. Pfft, they're equally fucking dumb and evil. Different between, like, shit and shit. Right there. Wait, are you supposed to do that regularly? Oh no. Are you gonna have a little Bobert of your own? Don't forget to water it. Yes, Stage and O is fucking epic. Yeah. It literally gave me feelings. Yeah, no, it was fantastic. They are. They're so I mean, we all watched the clip of Bobert saying, "There's nothing in the Constitution about separating church and state." She says that recently. Like, she said that before we voted, and she got voted back. I don't know. There aren't any answers, and the world doesn't make sense. Be kind, because everything's chaos. I mean, Mickey, we both know. America! Fuck no! Pissing money down the drain like a dumb hoe, America! Fuck no! No. Mm-mm. You know. We don't need to explain it. You know. You know. I know. We know. We don't want to know. And, like, our logical brain doesn't want to even attempt to make sense of the shitlord fuck sense that's been happening, you know? I get it. My brain too rejects the current reality. It's a difficult time. Republicans are good at it doesn't say those exact words nowhere. Don't ever look at my gay son again. I don't know what to do. David, and the sad thing is, I really do think the majority of Americans do have a brain cell, but none of them want to be in politics. I fear the problem with people saying that about your constitution are going to do something drastic to keep their views. It is. I mean, that we fear the same thing, and they still tout the shit. I mean, if you see, I mean, I don't watch these people on purpose. I see clips of them like on Jimmy Kimmel and shit like that of MTG, Bobert, Cruz, etc. They just flap their mouths, and their constituents, like, they say shit like that, and their constituents are like, "Yeah, Jesus," and you're like, "Is no one gonna correct that dumb bitch? That Nana needs to sit down. The fuck?" And it never happened. I don't know. Because brain cells don't go to those things. They got better shit to do, like use brain cells. That's all I can come up with. I don't know. But it baffles me just as much. I don't know. This is why I do a lot of pot, you know? Too much Jesus, not enough common fucking sense. Amen. And instead of education, they're like, Jesus. Don't read that book, though. We'll just tell you about Jesus. Don't read that book. Because the book doesn't line up with what we teach you because we pick and choose what's relevant today now. Okay? Worsty, no shit. That's how I got kicked out of I got kicked out of Sunday school for asking why Jesus on the early. So, he's gonna pick me up weed. He's such a nice person. What a nice guy. So I had to do a real quick weed order. What a winner. Osroll, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry if I didn't hear that. An AI generated anti-Biden commercial? Shut the fuck up. On my channel? This is not the place for that. Hi, JS. What's up, Honeybean? How are you? It is, and I think all those dumb, like, psychoses, multiverses about, like, religions, they make them all, like, villainous to each other. Like, they all become scared of each other. This is a really good song, isn't it? I know. This is James Blake with, featuring SZA. I won't cut it off. I will never do that to you. We've literally, the prologue and the introduction were long. But, that's cool. Ugh, I'm scared of this book now. I thought it was gonna be like, we've read books on the channel that are like about murderesses and shit, like, crazy murder cases, but dude, this is gonna be dark. I'm brainstorming what kind of warning to put on Sundays. Dark themes. I encourage everyone come and listen for education's sake, because education is good, but damn. Dark themes. They're in there. Heavy. Skeptic's Guide to the Galaxy. That's the one I want to remember to get. Yeah, that's honestly that's like the best way you could put history's fucking dark. Like the real history that we do not get in school. History is fucked up. Fucked up. But it's not the shit they feed, I don't think, anybody in school. Like as real as it is, Yeah, trigger warning, you're on your own. Bring a drink. She a dark one. Yeah, first chapter, piracy. I bet we get into slave shit. The Buccaneer biologist. Oh no. Oh no. Has anyone heard anything about this? I have not. Am nervous. Am smoking about that. I haven't heard. I don't think I've ever listened to any podcast that specifically goes over any specific person who committed the atrocities they committed against people being stolen from other countries and brought over as slaves or otherwise. But I think this one's yep, it's going right into a exact person who did some atrocities. Real excited. I bet we talk about booty. Heyo. I wish it was just about booty, but also as dark and gross as it is, I do like learning about this stuff because I feel like I was cheated. Like I feel like I was fed like the kids bop version of history. You know? Anybody else ever feel like that when you learn the real stuff? Yeah, I mean, a lot of them were. And a lot of it is like, of the time, everyone was terrible. But like something I just learned in the past couple years was about pirates and how pirates were like the main perpetrators in the beginning of and establishment of the slave trade. And yet we have like this weird mythos around pirates. And like kids dress up as pirates of the Caribbean and shit for Christmas for Halloween. And when you learn about them, you're like, oh, there was no such thing as like a good pirate. They all did it. And eventually they were like sanctioned by the government to do it more. Because the government was like, ah, shit, sick people, bring them. It's disgusting. It's fucking wild. Dude, Kino, if you find it, let me know. Cheers. Well, I mean, to be honest, I totally would dress up for Christmas. We do. I put him in like that little Santa skirt last year. It was great. Cheers. Exactly, Station. And I'm sure you've heard about how like they're shutting libraries down and shit. Because they're trying to pass laws that say like the librarians are responsible for knowing every word of every single book in the library. It's insane. Oh, it's just crazy. It's all crazy. You're buffering? Try to give it a reload. Let me see. I haven't dropped any frames, Mickey, so it might be your interwebs. I won't start yet. We're just cheersing. Exactly, Caldermo, like Washington's teeth. I mean, I was straight up taught they were made of wood. Were you not? I was lied to. No shit. I remember being taught Washington had wooden teeth. Like the first dentures were made of wood. They were straight up teeth pulled from murdered slaves and or slaves still the fuck alive, and they like made him slave dentures. Fucking and they have his dentures on display in the Museum of Dentistry in Baltimore. No shit. I couldn't make it up if I wanted to. It's so fucked up. Yeah, I think we were all taught that shit. I mean, it's not even lack. It's not even. And like basically my point of that is it's not like they were withholding for our benefit or whatever. They straight up lied. They just lied. It's crazy what they tell us. He had a lot of different dentures, but the ones he wore most of the time were absolutely made out of teeth yanked from his slaves' mouths. And they like matched them to some skulls buried near his property. You can't make it up. It's fucked. History's fucked. We do have a Discord. So the book I'm reading, all we've gotten through is the prologue and the introduction were actually pretty long and very fucked up. So it took me a minute. What the fuck? This is not what I wanted. Perfect. I figure Appalachia radio is good for this, like old school radio. Yeah, we do have a Discord. The book I'm reading, it's called The Ice Pick Surgeon: Murder, Fraud, Sabotage, Piracy, and Other title stuff. And other dastardly deeds perpetuated in the name of science. It is on Kindle Prime or Kindle Unlimited. That's what it's called. So if you have Kindle Unlimited, i.e. if you read a lot like I do, it's on there for free, so you can totally pick it up and read it or read along if you want to. But on Sundays, I'll be reading along to it and talking about it because it seems really interesting and terrible. Pirates are a very mixed group of people. Some were against slaves, some not. Governments would make them privateers to harass people with that was the sanctioning. They took pirate ships and they're like, you're privateers now. That was just a way of sanctioning their piracy. Yeah, it's wild. Yeah. I mean, stuff no one taught me. I had to go seek it out. And I'm just like, fuck, dude. If you would have taught us the real history, it maybe would have been interesting and maybe I would have given a fuck. Yep, by Sam Keane. Thank you so much. Yep. Does it say it in this part? Yeah. Let me go. I'm actually going to go to the cover because I want to make sure it's actually Sam Keane. Because we're on fucking chapter 1. Yeah. This is the cover. Amazing. We haven't even heard anything about fucking Ice Pick yet, which I'm terrified for. The Ice Pick Surgeon by Sam Keane. Yeah. Yeah. It's fairly dark so far, but like as long as it's not just dark for dark's sake and it's actually educational, I'm totally about it, and it seems like it's going to be that, so I'm stoked. Yes. Thank you so much, Glenn. That's the exact book we're reading. Yeah. Yep, privateers are simply legal pirates for a country. Mm-hmm. I didn't know that. I didn't know that up until I was literally last year I learned via a podcast. There's some really great history podcasts out there. Piracy, the Buccaneer Biologist. As the judge banged the gavel, William Dampier, is it Dampier? Dampier? Dampier. Dampier or Dampier? I don't know. Dampier hung his head in disgrace. One of the most celebrated scientists of his age was now a convicted felon. It was June of 1702. No, I'm just kidding. It was June of 1702, and because this was a naval trial, the court had convened on the deck of a ship, exposed to the salty air. Everyone knew that most of the charges against Dampier had no chance of sticking. The murder claim was flimsy, and the accusations of being an incompetent navigator were laughable. He was the best navigator alive, a worldwide expert on winds, currents, and weather. But as the trial progressed, Dampier, who had long, limp hair and a hangdog look. The fuck does that mean? Stop it. Nope. I'm clicking it. A hangdog. I lost it. Hangdog look? Have you ever heard that before in your life? It relates to rock climbing. So he looks like a mountain man. Like mountaineering, right? Stop it. I thought privateer was how you got the spicy photos on Patreon. Sanctioned pirating, though. A dejected... Oh, no shit. I didn't get that. A dejected or guilty appearance? Fuck you. My Google gave me a different definition. Yours is better. I just assumed like a mountain man, but yeah. Me neither. Never heard of it. Fun. We're learning today. I love learning. Yes, David, I listened to a podcast about that, actually. It's really scary. Yeah, David said, did you know the Red Wedding was based on a true event called the Glencoe Massacre? It's fucked. Like a dog. Like a dejected dog. Oh my god. Hangdog look. Ignore me. Hangdog look with I should just keep reading. With baggy eyes, sensed that the court was determined to punish him somehow for something. And so it was. The judges found him guilty of thrashing his lieutenant with a cane on a recent voyage and declared him, quote, not a fit person to be employed as commander of any of Her Majesty's ships, end quote. He was fined 3 years' pay and dismissed from the Navy. Dampier staggered off the ship, embittered and broken. How had he been reduced to this? He was the greatest naturalist of his day, so much so that Charles Darwin later counted himself a disciple of Dampier, I'm assuming. Dampier's sensational travelogues, one word, travelogues would also go on to influence Robin Crusoe and Gulliver's Travels. I didn't know that shit. No matter what he accomplished, however, William Dampier would always be guilty of one thing in the eyes of the establishment. He was a brilliant scientist and navigator, no question, but for most of his adult life, he had also been a pirate. Interesting. Oh, dude, you made a command, my hero. Thank you. I was thinking about it. I was thinking about doing it after stream. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Like small kids do too. I mean, that's true. Yeah, they do the yeah, I get it now. I should have just thought about it. I thought maybe it was a pirate term. Oh, you never know. Pirates, yummy. He's part of the inspiration for the Doctor and Master and Commander. Oh, no shit. Oh. I do know about that one. Interesting. He's really inspired a lot of shit. I've never heard this name before. William and Dampier. I'm assuming I say that right. Given two things, his poverty and his obsession with biology, Dampier's descent his descent into piracy was probably inevitable. He took to the sea after being orphaned at age 14, visiting Java and Newfoundland before an unhappy stint in the Navy. Sad. He eventually sailed to the Caribbean in April of 1674 at age 22. Jesus Christ. People accomplished a lot at a young age, huh? After some bouncing around, he settled in the Bay of Campeche? Campeche, I'm guessing, in eastern Mexico. Wait, it's Mexico? Campeche. I don't know now. Campeche in eastern Mexico, and made his living cutting logwood, a thick reddish tree whose inner pulp made a brilliant purple dye. Dampier later described his fellow loggers as a motley bunch, oh goody, disposed to, quote, carousing and firing off guns 3 or 4 days together. ... They could never settle themselves under any civil government, but continued in their wickedness. End quote. Though he probably caroused himself, Dampier also took long nature hikes in Does anyone know how to say it? No, it's Dampier. Which is why it made me think it was Dampier. IER? Wouldn't be Dampire. Dampire. I don't know, that's a weird one. And the Campeche. It's super gay. The Campeche, Campeche. Though he probably caroused himself, Dampier also took long nature hikes in Campeche. And was thrilled to see creatures he'd heard about before only in tall tales. Porcupines and sloths, hummingbirds and armadillos. Oh my. Honestly, those would probably blow my fucking mind. They probably did when I was a kid and saw them for the first time, to be honest. For someone who loved natural history, it was paradise. Oh, I bet he destroyed it. Just my, not a daywalker. I don't think so. I wish, though. What a fucking good twist that would have been. He loved nature and sucked blood for a living. His troubles started in June 1676 on one of those gorgeous early summer days when it's almost a privilege to work outdoors. Cute. I bet that's how people felt back then, too. I am saying it right. Thank you. I read, just not always correctly. I bet they all felt the privilege to work outdoors. Who the fuck? Anyways, probably for us, maybe. But while the other loggers basked in the sunshine, Dampier noticed that the wind was shifting directions oddly. It in wait, it quote whiffled about. Whiffled, what a fun word. Whiffled about to the south and back again to the east, end quote. Then the loggers noticed a mass of frigate birds overhead. The flock was Hitchcockian in its size. Hitchcockian, like Hitchcock, Jesus Christ. This author's really, really stretching me here. I'm liking it. The flock was Hitchcockian in its size, Cockian, and intensity, as if the birds were fleeing something. Ooh, spooky. Most eerie of all was the local creek. Anyone here say crick? Dampier or Dampia? Dampia. Dampia. He's moist. That's what we got. A crick. People, I lived in a place called Mill Creek, and people hate when I say that. Floods were a fact of life in Campeche. Men often, I'm going to look it up. I know I'm saying this wrong. Cam Pete. It's a T. Spanish pronunciation. Wow. Cam Pe. And then it's like period T blah, E. What's a blah? It's like a math symbol, but it's using it to sound something out. You didn't help me. It is Spanish, though. I bet it's Campeche. You think? Mallory, honestly, I've never met anyone who says crick, seriously, but I lived in a place that spelt Mill Creek, but every single person that lived there said Mill Creek. And I just grew up saying Mill Creek. I don't know. I think it's like context, but I think it's the same fucking thing. But people get mad at me when I say crick. Oh, they don't like it. I think it's Campeche, just because it's Spanish, and I think that's what the thing is. Often men stepped directly from their beds into a pool of swamp water in the mornings, but that day the main creek started withdrawing mysteriously as if sucked by a giant straw until it was nearly dry in the middle. Dick sucking. Oh. Oh my god, we have a picture of William. William Dampier. Or Dampier. Dampier. He looks French-ish, but I don't know, that might be the look of the day. Just trying to get the glare off him. He looks so young to have done so much. Like, what a baby-faced bitch. You know what I'm saying? From upstate New York. And, my dad was from upstate New York. And I have a lot of weird colloquialisms that I think I got from him before he kicked it. Like, I grew up most of my life saying pop. I was finally bullied out of it. It says, the pirate biologist William Dampier was a big influence on Charles Darwin, as well as a rogue and scallywag. Totally uses motherfucking face tune. Where's the stubble? You tell me. Painting by Thomas Murray. More pictures are available for all chapters at samkeen.com/book/the/icepicksurgeon/ What the fuck? Books have HTMLs in them now. The world is broken. 2 days after these auguries, fun words. Auguries, a bank of demon black clouds rolled in and unleashed hell. None of the loggers had ever imagined a storm of such intensity. The rain stung them like hornets, blinding them, and the wind slapped down their huts one by one, until a single shelter remained. The men staggered through the mud toward it, shouting to be heard, and scrambled to shore up this last refuge with wooden posts and ropes lashed to tree stumps. This sounds so violent. It barely survived. Soaked and shivering, they then huddled inside for hours and emerged into an alien world. Do. Shocking. The empty creek had more than filled back up, flooding the land around them. Trees were strewn everywhere, their roots forming impenetrable thickets. Dampier and a few other loggers managed to row their last surviving canoe over to the bay and found a shoal of dead fish floating upside down. Cute. Of the 8 ships anchored in the bay hours earlier, all but one had been swept to sea. The loggers begged food from the crew of the surviving ship, quote, but found very cold entertainment, end quote. Dampier remembered, quote, for we could neither get bread nor punch, nor so much as a dram of rum, end quote. Priorities were different. A. Yeah, honestly, like, when does it go from a creek to a river? That's where I'm more confused. Dampier's cinematic description of this storm was the first meteorologically detailed account of a hurricane, and it kicked off a lifelong preoccupation with wind and weather. When I get really high, I question wind too. More immediately, the storm rerouted the entire course of his life. All his logging equipment, axes, saws, machetes, had been washed away. He had no money, and without tools, no prospect of making any. As a result, he later wrote, quote, I was forced to range about to seek a subsistence, end quote. This was a euphemism, quote. Ranging about was meant, ranging about, end quote, meant becoming a buccaneer. I actually don't get wind. Wind it up, bitches. Buccaneers were a distinct class of pirates then. Some pirates were so called privateers who had tacit permission from their home governments to harass, Katie? To harass enemy ships. English privateers usually focused on Spanish ships, and many an English home in the Caribbean was furnished with silks, pewters, and sleek carved chairs, originally bound for Barcelona or Madrid. Privateering then was tolerated if not respectable. Buccaneers had no permission to raid anyone. They were simple criminals, and their home governments scorned them as such, as their enemies did. The buccaneering crew Dampier joined stood even lower than most, because instead of raiding ships, they bent over and let anyone fuck them. I'm kidding. But wouldn't that be grand? But cuz, instead of raiding ships full of luxuries, they stormed pathetic little coastal camps, stealing from folks no better off than themselves. We don't know what exactly Dampier did on those raids because he skimmed over most of the details in his journals, perhaps out of embarrassment. It was because of the ass fucking. He also had a habit of getting distracted by natural history. Describing an assault on Veracruz, for instance, he dispatches with the death of a dozen companions in a few words and skates right past the fact that the raid was a bust. The townsfolk had fled with their valuables at the first sign of pirates, leaving the town devoid of loot. Instead, Dampier highlights the dozens of caged parrots left behind. Sick. Which he and others packed aboard his ship like legitimate treasure. Quote, they were yellow and red, he gushed, very coarsely mixed, and they would prate very prettily. No plunder, no matter, parrots were prize enough for him. Did he eat them? Oh no. Good night, Station. Be safe, don't forget to brush your teeth, Fizz. No shit. It is, honestly, Massachusetts has some pretty fascinating history. And again, history is all dark. I don't mean fascinating like fun, but like, don't you guys have the oldest candy shop in America? I went there. I think it was in Mass. I think so. He's hacking and whacking and smacking. Dampier eventually returned to England in August of 1678 and entered into a mysterious marriage with a woman named Judith.
Judith. What a harlot.
Entered into a mysterious marriage with a woman named Judith, a lady in waiting to a duchess. Trying to go straight, he used... Oh, like not a pirate. Trying to go straight, he used her dowry to purchase some goods and sailed to the Caribbean again. Wait, he went to the Caribbean Sailed to the Caribbean again in January of 1679 to trade them, promising his bride he'd return within a year. He broke that vow. A few months after arriving, he accompanied some sailors to Nicaragua on a trading ship, and the crew made a pit stop at the city in Jamaica that was a favorite haunt of lowlifes. He's really doing that straight run well, isn't he? Dampier later claimed to be shocked when the crew decided to throw their lot in with some pirates there and go buccaneering instead. In truth, some historians believe that Dampier knew full well that he'd meet pirates in Jamaica and went there for the illicit purpose of returning to the high seas. No fucking shit! Yeah, that's where my family is, Gloucester. We had lobster in Gloucester. Yeah, yes. That's literally where my dad's sister lives, my aunt. Yes, that's exactly where we went. Thank you for reminding me. It wasn't great candy, but I think it's like historically the oldest candy shop, something like that, yeah. And like it has got old fucking candy. Old fashioned, not like old, by the way. Ew. Oh my god, challenge accepted. They have salted licorice. I think they have that. I think that's definitely one of those things there that's delicious. They have some, like, chocolate and stuff, but a lot of it's, you know, stuff we don't even recognize as food anymore. You know, like chewable wax and shit. Wait, we have to get holsters. I don't know what keep making sound over here. We have to get holsters. That's deal, okay? I mean, I'd run away to join my pirate lovers too, but didn't he have a mysterious marriage to Judith? What about Judith? What about Judith? I'm curious. He did so for a few reasons. Went to Jamaica. One, like every other person in history, Dampier longed to be rich, and there was always the chance that his band of buccaneers would stumble across a Spanish galleon groaning with doubloons and make their fortunes. But even deeper than that, Dampier couldn't shake his memories of Campeche, the rambles through the woods, the exotic flora and fauna, the anal sex. The whole day's lost to nature. Pirating was the only means he had to recapture that feeling. To be sure, pirating was also a dirty business, rife with assaults and murders. Over the years, Dampier saw priests being stabbed, prisoners tossed overboard, and native Indians picked off with rifles and tortured for intelligence. Joy. There's no reason to think Dampier stood aloof or was squeamish about his involvement, but Campeche had awakened a passion for natural history that was almost erotic in its intensity. He fucked animals. Calling it now. And no matter how much he regretted buccaneering, sometimes his lust for new shores, new skies, new plants, and animals proved too strong to fuck. As he recalled, he was, quote, well enough satisfied, end quote, whenever he ended up, quote, knowing that the farther he went, the more knowledge and experience I should get, which was the main thing that I regarded. And also sex of the anus, end quote. I'm just calling it now. Sounds like an adrenaline junkie, 100%. I bet he was on drugs. I mean, like, he started his life pirating. How do you just go back to just being a normie norm after your childhood was literally, like, your formative years were slaughter and shit? I don't know. The homosexuals, scout. Yeah. Dampier joined the Jamaica pirates as a navigator, and the subsequent voyage was a rambling adventure. He was sailing, then pirating, and then he was not a buccaneer, privateer. Yeah, pirate, then privateer. Then he tried to go straight, and his way of going straight was to go to Jamaica. And, like, a place well known for scallywags. Yeah, logging was the first, yeah. Why is the rum gone? Mishy, I figured this is good reading music, because we've all heard it a million times. It's good, like, background jams. Judith was his attempt to go straight. Yeah, but didn't he do logging too? Hold up. Where's Judith? He returned to England in August 1678 and entered into a mysterious marriage with a woman named Judith, lady in waiting to a duchess. Trying to go straight, he used her dowry to purchase some goods and sailed to the Caribbean. Okay, no kidding. The logging was not in there. But he used the money from the marriage to go to the Caribbean. And he promised to return within a year. That was broken. Buttholing. It's happening. Nah, dude. And who knows what good judgment was back then? Who can judge that? Wow, that was a lot of judge. I apologize. Dampier joined the Jamaica pirates as a navigator, and the subsequent voyage was a rambling adventure involving several different crews and ships. It's impossible to summarize neatly. They started off raiding cities in Panama, then sailed up to Virginia, where Dampier was arrested for unknown reasons. We know what they were. We know them reasons. He refers to the incident only as some, quote, troubles. Troubles. Then it was over to the Pacific coast of South America, including the Galapagos. He ate turtles. Sailing, logging, buccaneering, trading, then pirating again. Was he ever... Yep. Nope, I think you're right. Nope, no questions. You're right. Every so often, the crew made a decent score. Gems, bolts of silk, a stalk of cinnamon, or musk. Didn't musk come from anus glands? Anyways, once they seized 8 tons of marmalade. Whoa! 8 tons of marmalade. Of what does one do with 8 tons of marmalade? Um, raspberry. Well, like the chemical compound comes from a beaver anus, right? I think I read that, and I love raspberry. Yeah, no, I think you're right. Anus. Elon is an anus gland, not of the raspberry variety. Um, be safe, drive safe. Every so often, the crew made a decent score. Gems, bolts of silk, a stalk of cinnamon, or musk. Yummy. Once they seized 8 tons of marmalade, much more commonly, a galleon would give them the ship on the open seas, and they'd slink off to try another port, or they'd endure a long and futile siege of a coastal town. Cute. Only to learn that the citizens had snuck out their treasure under the pirates' noses, leaving the buccaneers empty-handed. Bummer. Wrestle in it. Dude, can you imagine? Like, there are places I don't know if marmalade would ever get out of. It's a musk pod, a perpetual gland in the pouch or sac under the skin of the abdomen of the male musk deer. No shit, it comes from a musk deer. I thought it was like from some sort of like little Weasley type animal. You totally just taught me up. I didn't know it came from a deer. It's actually like when I buy perfumes, I look for musk. I like the smell of white musk. Deer anus. Isn't that appropriate? Ooh, picture. Dampier and his crew nearly. Oh, it's a drawing, so you know what's up. Dampier and his crew nearly drowning during a fierce storm on their way to Indonesia. It's an engraving. An engraving by Casper Luiken. Luiken. That sounds like one of all y'all's country names. If I say that wrong, let me know. It's cool. Oh, it's so fucking bright. If I do an angle, it's way better. Jesus Christ. It's just white, but it's basically just a cool engraving of them on the ship. It's pretty sick, but you know, it's basic. I don't know how to make it so my screen, literally, it's like one angle and then it's just so bright. Ah, great. With a K, though. Luiken. Luiken. Sounds Dutch. I was going to say that, but I didn't want to sound stupid. They kind of look, well, I don't know how I could judge that. Nah, it's slaves. It's just a slave ship, my dudes. We don't want to see that anyways. Fucking sad. I thought you got musk when musketeers got in a sad mood. Oh my god, is it their collected tears? Like ferrets. They have a musk, and I think that's where my ignorance thought that's where it came from. It was just me being a silly dum-dum. Bird poop, whale vomit, and ass musk. What do we not put on our bodies? Did you ever watch Nip Tuck? Do you remember that episode where they get a patient who's like, I don't know. I don't even remember what age she is, but she comes in for some procedure and they're like, your skin's phenomenal. How do you stay looking so young? And she says, I have my 2 youthful sons jerk off every night and I put it on my face and they start manufacturing semen cream. Maybe it's that. It is Dutch. Yes. Good call. Monkey and cat poop out coffee. I still don't understand that shit, but to each their own. Nip Tuck, me too. I couldn't watch it all. I only got so far and I was like, it just got too dark. Like, I won't even say the episode because it was so fucked up. It fucked me up. But my sister rewatches it all the time. She more fucked up than I am, my dudes. Me too. Same. It got so fucked. They just like creepy for creepy's sake is how I felt with that. Yeah, no, I get it. Instead of making a fortune in South America, quote, we met with little besides fatigue, hardships, and loss. Watch me be fucking sad. Dampier recalled, they sometimes had to drink, quote, copperish or aluminous. Aluminous? It looks like aluminium, but made into like us, but it's aluminous, but not like illuminated. Aluminous, not illuminous. Aluminous. It is? Okay, cool. So it's like aluminiuminated. Water from, quote, stinking holes of rocks, end quote, anal juice. And they spent many a night outdoors with nothing but, quote, the cold ground for our bedding and the spangled firmament for our covering, end quote. On one occasion, during a storm so violent that the men didn't want to risk raising the sails, Dampier and another comrade had to scramble up the rigging and hold their overcoats open to steer the ship bodily. Would that work? I love that cat. I'm convinced someday I'm gonna learn how to dance with a wiggle like that. It's gonna happen. I know. I listen to this stuff all the time, like these oldie radios from Fallout or like the BioShock soundtrack. They're really good to put on in the background because we've all heard these songs somewhere or another a million times that it's easy to tune out. Hoping for better luck, the crew eventually struck out for Guam. Ooh, fancy. A daunting trip of more than 7,000 blank miles. They staggered ashore 51 days later, nearly starved. Had things gone on much longer, Dampier later learned the crew was plotting to murder and eat the captain and the officers, including him. Not an uncommon practice. The captain plotting to wait. The captain took this news in remarkably good humor. He turned to his navigator and laughed, quote, "Ah, Dampier, you would have but made them a poor meal," end quote. Is that the best the insults get? Because that's amazing. For I, Dampier exclaimed, was as lean as the captain was lusty and fleshy. Oh. Okay. Lusty? Did they eat the dick? For I, Dampier exclaimed, was as lean as the captain was lusty and Is this a sex book? No. Better not be sex time. No. You, Sam, was the dick sported? Good question. Let us continue. I really don't know what that means. Lusty, fleshy. I mean, fat. He's saying the captain took all the food, but like lusty, voluptuous. Did he have tits? Maybe he had some tatas. Oh, sassy. From Guam, the crew made excursions to China and Vietnam, and Dampier later became the first Englishman to set foot on Australia. Sexy. In addition to studying flora and fauna in each spot, Dampier took advantage of his time on the open sea to study winds and currents, developing into a first-class navigator. Even those who despised Dampier had to admit that he had a near supernatural ability to judge where land lay beyond the horizon by reading the winds and the currents. I bet about as good as Cleopatra and her guessing genders or baby genitals. Just saying. Throughout these trips, Dampier changed ships several times, joining different crews. Sometimes the changes happened amicably with no hard feelings. Dampier simply wanted to go somewhere new and, quote, "No proposal for seeing any part of the world which I had never seen before could possibly come amiss," end quote, he decided. In other cases, Dampier had to flee to spot a captain under harrowing circumstances, once by squeezing through a porthole in the dead of night. He was a skinny little bitch. Oh, it means healthy. Lusty means healthy. We learned it means he looks healthy. So, where was I? Healthy and fleshy. Cute. Mayo, my gay lover. We're reading a book about horror. I don't know. True horror. The true horrors of the world, I guess. Like the lusty maid. Oh my god, a healthy Argonian. He's a healthy Argonian. Dampier had to flee a despotic captain under harrowing circumstances, once by squeezing through a porthole in the dead of night. During such escapes, he typically took just one possession, the most valuable thing in the world to him, his field notes on natural history. Interesante. His final escape in the South Pacific proved particularly daunting. Longing to return home, he and a few comrades, including 4 Indonesian prisoners, slipped off to an island and secured a canoe there. On their first sally for On their first sally for freedom, oh bitch, that's fun. They capsized. Oh, just kidding, not fun. And Dampier spent 3 days drying his notes over a fire, page by page. Damn. Their second attempt plunged them into a storm, and they spent the next 6 days on the open ocean, thrashing their oars about and praying. Quote, the sea was already roaring in a white foam about us, and our little ark in danger to be swallowed by every wave, end quote, Dampier recalled. Worst of all, he hadn't been to confession in years, and scores of unnamed sins were weighing on his soul. Sick! Quote, I made very sad reflections, and looked, Lookt, love it, looked back with horror. Oh, Horrour. I love the spelling. With horror and detestation. I have to read this. This is beautiful. I made very sad reflections and looked back with horror and detestation on actions which before I disliked, but now I trembled at the remembrance of. Oh, he gets fucking bonerific over murder. That's what I'm getting. End quote. Miraculously, they finally reached land at Sumatra, where Dampier collapsed on shore and spent 6 weeks recovering his strength. Fucking. That's my guess. Oh shit. Did I just. Yeah, it skipped. Sorry. He eventually wound his way home on various ships and pulled into London in September of 1691, a dozen years after he'd promised his new wife he'd be back in 12 months. Do you think Judith's waiting? Poor Judith. No. Ooh, I'll pack a bowl. It's 420 warning. Thank you, Sini Moose, for being such an amazing human. Prep and the bong. We are Lilith's children. Sin is our birthright. If we don't sin, Jesus died for nothing. I'm shocked if he's going back. Oh, he did. I'm really curious to see if Judith's waiting. That's all I have to say. I'm real curious. I didn't read ahead, but I'm curious. I didn't have a bowl. I'm glad you said something. I appreciate you. I'm shocked too, honestly. I'm thinking he's going back because he's probably old, broken down, fucking tired of the game, you know? And he's gonna go home and he's gonna be like, what? I didn't say fucking 12 months. I said 12 years. I missed you, baby boo. Don't worry about the rash up and down my cock. I'm thinking she probably had him declared dead and moved the fuck on. Ooh, what am I smoking? It is, I think it's still Velo. Nope. Blue Burnout. It's a pretty good strain. I like it. Allegedly 23.53% THC. It's a good strain. Blue Burnout. What are we reading? The Ice Pick Surgeon. Murder, fraud, sabotage, piracy, and other dastardly deeds perpetrated in the name of science. I'm excited. But this guy's a douche. That's all I have to say. Fucking douche. If we don't send Satan's Lonely, like, seriously. Maybe she died of scurvy, dude. That would be the irony. That would be the fucking irony. And Glut has very kindly made us an alert for the book. So if anybody wants to get it themselves, if they, like, can't hang out for the whole part of the stream that I read or whatever, follow along or whatever you want to do, it is on Kindle Unlimited for free. So if you have Kindle Unlimited, you can just go get it. Because, who likes spending money? Not me. Okay. Oh, bitch. It just starts right the fuck off with Judith. I told you I didn't read ahead. So he eventually wound his way home on various ships and pulled into London on September of 1691, a dozen years after he'd promised his new wife Judith he'd be back in 12 months. As a lady in waiting to the Duchess, remember, Judith had her own life and had managed just fine without her rascally husband, but the pirate now had to support himself and make a living, and with few other options, you can't exactly put buccaneer on your resume, Dampier began organizing his field notes into a travelogue. That his journals had even survived the voyage was a miracle. They'd suffered water damage on several occasions, and he once had to stuff them into a bamboo tube for safekeeping. Cute. But the effort paid off. In italics, a new voyage round the world. the name of his book, I'm assuming, appeared in 1697 and was a smash hit with some of the liveliest passages on natural history and anthropology ever written. Wow. Judith was straight out there fucking getting busy. I bet she has 7 kids. Oh my god, where would they put it if they were rude enough to actually take it? Could you take it back? Would it have to be somewhere that wasn't easily, like, grabbable? I'd put it in my vagina. After his stint in Sumatra, Dampier gave the first account in English of quote unquote, ganja! Is it 420? Shut up. That's literally the next line. After his stint in Sumatra, Dampier gave the first account in English of quote unquote, ganja or marijuana. Fuck. Quote, some it keeps sleepy, some merry, some putting them into a laughing fit, and others it makes mad. He described a mass circumcision. Oh, nope, gotta smoke before I read that one. Hell to the fucking no! Cheers, y'all. Happy 420. Thanks, Dampier, for describing ganja and then going straight into circumcision. What the fuck? This is why we can't have nice things. Cheers. For real. This is true stories, Donna. This is history. Yeah. Unfortunately, this shit's true. I mean, as true as we know so far, you know. Oh, Navy twice. Yep. What did it say, though? It said disappointing stints in the Navy. We must remember. Disappointing. That too. Yeah. Apparently, buccaneering wasn't as disappointing. Okay. On we trudge, yeah? I do too, Donna, same. That's why I picked a book like this to read with you guys, because A, it's way more fun to read, and it's fun to talk about. Because this is stuff that, like, I don't think, I know in America, none of us are taught this shit. But it's interesting history that they just don't give you, but it's real. History is not, for the most part, shiny and sparkly like they like to present it. And I know they're trying to make little patriotic monkeys out of us, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Okay. Ugh. He described a mass circumcision of 12-year-olds. Oh my god, it got worse. Holy fuck. I'm uncomfortable. That's too. Wouldn't you say you're quite attached to your foreskin by that point? Ooh. A mass circumcision of 12-year-olds in the Philippines, and how, quote, they were. Oh. Okay. My asshole is so tight right now. Ooh. A mass circumcision of 12-year-olds in the Philippines, and how, quote, they went straddling for a fortnight after, end quote. So nervous. Oh, okay. He also covered tattooing in Polynesia and foot binding in China, which he denounced as a mere stratagem of the men to hobble women and keep them indoors. Couldn't agree more with the foot binding. The lotus feet. Upon hearing a local legend in the West Indies, he ate a dozen pickle pears at once and delighted to see that they really didn't turn his urine red. Okay. Sick. Nearly 1,000 citations on the Oxford English Dictionary trace back to his writings, and he introduced dozens of words into English, including banana, posse, smugglers, tortilla, avocado, cashews, and chopsticks. Why are chopsticks called chopsticks? You don't chop with them. Anywho, there was plenty of science, too. Even today, Dampier remains unsurpassed as a pure observer of nature. Compared to his, other accounts of flora and fauna seem lifeless. Oh, bless. Like a glass-eyed taxidermy lion compared to the real leaping, roaring beast. Part of the vividness sprang from Dampier's use of all five senses, including taste. What does a lion taste like? The man never met an animal he didn't eat. Flamingo tongues, he reported, have, quote, a large knob of fat at the root, which is an excellent bit. A dish of flamingo's tongues being fit for a prince's table, end quote. No, no. Oh, it gets weirder. He cooked up manatee veal baby tea. I hate him. Imagine killing a baby manatee. What the fuck? Oh. Oh, no shit. It's widely believed to have originated from the Chinese Pidgin English term chop chop, meaning quickly. Another possible origin is chow or chow chow, another Pidgin word meaning food. Oh, that's fascinating. I didn't know. You taught me up. Thank you. Sea cows. I'm heartbroken. You, okay. He cooked up manatee veal and iguana soup and turtle oil dumplings. Okay. Along with dozens of other outre. Oh God, how do you say that? Outre with an oompla over it or whatever. Outre. Outre? Outre. I don't know. Outre recipes. I'm assuming it just means like original, unique. Yeah, like on the outside, kind of out of the box recipes. That's about right. Sick. And if all that got your mouth watering, well, Dampier could snatch your appetite away just as quickly. But that didn't do it. What? Oh, that is weird and wrong. None of that makes sense. Someone local had a Save the Manatee license plate that read, Eat 'em. What? Hashtag Florida. Okay. You live in such a magical place in a bad way. What the? Okay. Help me, I'm losing my mind. Okay, flamingo, iguana, blah, blah. And if all that got your mouth watering, it did not. Well, Dampier could snatch your appetite away just as quickly. In one revolting section, oh, no one's eating right. This is bad. Florida is amazing, I agree. I've had such a fucking blast there. It's so beautiful. I love the weather. Ugh, the people though. Oh my god. Don't eat. This is not the time. I'm serious. Normally I'd call you a pussy, but this is bad. This is bad. We're not chewing right. I do have an Apple Pencil. I love it. Mhm. It's fantastic. Yes. Were you thinking of getting one? I didn't spoil shit. I just don't want anyone puking. This would make me puke. Nah, this would make me puke. It's so bad. It's so bad. I'm gonna read it, but I might not be able to make it through it, okay? Does it also discharge your iPad really fast when it's attached? It doesn't. Like, your iPad loses charge insanely fast the moment you put the pen on? No. It, like, maybe loses a percent. Huh. Do you have, it maybe it's the generation. What generation iPencil do you have? Because I know, like, because, my old iPad broke, I had to save up and get a new one. Had to. I didn't have to, but I'm addicted to this thing. I use it for everything. Um, I had to get a new iPad, and it was too new. I couldn't use the first generation iPencil. I had to get the second gen. Maybe it has something to do with that. Did the gerrymander me daddy tag not? Oh my god. Governor Ron DeSantis signed a bill in September of 2020 approving 32 new specialty tags, including a Florida stands with Israel tag, an In God We Trust tag, and a Don't Tread on Me. Ugh. Oh, I wonder if because it sits attached all day. See, I don't have mine on all day because I don't have a case that protects it, and I'm terrified it's gonna get knocked off and my dogs will eat it. Because they do chew pencils. Like, if I, like, drop a pencil on the ground and my dogs find it, they eat it. They destroy it, and I'm terrified they'll do that with an iPencil. They did it once, didn't they? I feel like right when I got my first iPad ever, they did it once to my iPencil. So I keep my iPencil, like, in my purse, literally, in my little backpack in a case. I don't keep it attached because it charges so fucking fast. If I want to draw, I just smack it on there and let it charge for 15 minutes. But maybe it's because it's left on. I don't know. That's weird. I'm trying to think. I mean, I'm not electronics, like, smart. I don't know. That's weird. Like, why would the pen be losing a charge if it's sitting on, you know what I mean? Why would it just keep sapping it eternally? I don't know though. She didn't. No, no, no. Oh no, it's not old. No, that's the new version. I don't think they've come out with a new one since like 2019. Weird. Try disconnecting it and seeing if your iPad still loses charge. Yeah, I mean, that's what sucks is like iPads are the best tablet for art stuff, hands down, and they are Apple. It's the curse. Sucks. It shouldn't. I don't think it should, David, honestly. It shouldn't drain the battery that fast. I know there's something wrong with some electronics, though. I was thinking I got a set of ages ago. I tried to get myself a set of Bluetooth headphones, and I shit you not, I would charge them, and the moment I turned them on, like, I would have, like, an app on my phone. I could watch the charge of these little earbuds go from 100% to 0% in under 30 seconds without using them, and it was something faulty in them, and I don't know what it was. But they were brand new. Oh, some batteries just lose. Well, I know my iPencil dies if I don't use it. It just dies in my bag. But they charge so fast that I just don't leave it on. I don't know though. That sucks. It's just sapping your fucking iPad. That's stupid. That's stupid, David. I don't. I wish I could think of anything that would solve it for you though. Other than like getting a case for your pencil and getting it off your iPad, but I understand that sucks. Especially if you use it regularly. That sucks. And the iPad's not hella old? I mean, probably not. I assume you're smart. These are stupid questions I'm asking you. You're smarter than this. I don't know, man. That sucks. I wish I knew. I wish I was smarter. That'd be nice. Okay, no one's chewing. I'm assuming I gave you enough time not to be chewing food. This is so gross. He cooked up manatee veal and iguana soup and turtle oil dumplings, along with dozens of other outre recipes. And if all that got your mouth watering, well, Dampier could snatch your appetite away just as quickly. In one revolting, I can't read. It's so bad. In one revolting section, he popped a worm cyst on his leg and drew out the slimy sucker inch by agonizing inch. He also detailed oh my god, it's so gross. My apologies in advance. One of the most epic bouts of diarrhea ever recorded in the annals, I think it's annals, the annals of English literature. His attack started after seeking treatment for a fever when he was persuaded to take a local, quote, physic, end quote, to purge his bowels. Bad idea. He had the trots off and on for a year, and sometimes endured 30 bowel movements in a single sitting, till he was more or less dry heaving out his ass. Huh, huh. It's spelled Arse. British author, how do you know? Dude, really, David, I would love an update because I've had electronics that do that and I've never been able to solve it and it sucks. Ain't no fucking way, my dudes. Oh my god, it gets worse. I have to read that again because the dry heaving ass is fucking hilarious. I would assume he would die. You can have diarrhea to death. Like he must have been eating himself stupid. Dry heaving out the ass is not the way to, quote, clap thine cheeks. Beautiful. Oh, God. He had the trots off and on for a year and sometimes endured 30 bowel movements in a single setting, till he was more or less dry heaving out his ass. Out his ass. No one ever said field work was glamorous. The quintessential Dampier tale involved an alligator attack. He opened the story with a passage noting the differences between alligators and crocodiles. In an era with a passage in an era when most scholars still lumped whales with fishes, the ability to make such fine distinctions was impressive and wouldn't look out of place in herpetology texts today. Herpetology, excuse me. Then things swerved. Oh no. Without any transition, Dampier launched into a tale of a nighttime hunting expedition back in Campeche. On it, an Irishman named Daniel tripped over an alligator, which whipped around and clamped down on his leg. Terror. He screamed for help, but his companions, Dampier noted, quote, supposing that he was fallen into the clutches of some Spaniards, quote, abandoned him, leaving him alone in the dark with a gator gnawing on him. Wouldn't the gator just swallow him? Real talk. Like, fuck. Dude, for real, Donna, dry heaving out the ass is one of the most epic things I've ever read. Do you want a Captain Hook? This is how you get a fucking captain. This is how you get Captain Hooks. Oh my god. Gator gnawing. That is an image. Amazingly, Daniel kept his cool and kept up with the plan. Unlike mammals, reptiles lack lips and can't chew. I knew it. Confirmed. They gulp down food in big bites instead and have to open their mouths to pull prey further inside. Same. So when his tormentor opened its jaw again, Daniel shot forward and jammed his rifle inside in place of his leg. Whoa. Fooled, the gator pulled the gun away to devour it, and while he did so, Daniel scrambled back. Surging on adrenaline, he dragged himself up a tree and renewed his cries for help. What the fuck? Certified badass. Irish. His comrades, realizing there were no Spaniards afoot, returned with firebrands to drive the gator off. Afterwards, Dampier reported Daniel, quote, was in a deplorable condition and not able to stand on his feet. His knee was so torn with the alligator's teeth. His gun was found the next day, with 2 large holes made in the butt end of it. One on each side, near an inch deep. End quote. Dank. All in all, the tale was classic Dampier, learned, meticulous, and hair-raising all at once. Some historians credit A New Voyage with launching the entire genre of travel writing, and after its publication, Dampier received an invitation to lecture at the prestigious Royal Society in London. The world's premier scientific club. Not bad for a buccaneer. He also dined with several eminent statesmen, including the diarist Samuel Pepys. Pepys? Pepys. Pepys. I don't know. Pepys? The bigwigs wanted to talk natural history, of course, but some of them, no doubt, felt a frisson of pleasure in knowing they had a real-life pirate at their table. Suck my dick. Oh, no shit. Okay, quick Google seems other people have noticed that the Apple Pencil drains the battery. Known issue. Is there any solution? Is it basically like, don't put your pencil on until you're ready to draw? Because that sucks. I mean, inspiration can be gone in the 15 minutes it takes to charge. But at least it's not just you. So that's comforting. You know? Don't leave it connected. That's a bummer, though, because, I mean, I get it. Like, it's safest connected. I put it in my little backpack, like, in a case. But I'm always scared the tip's going to get fucked up on something if I don't have it on my thingy. I get it. Anxiety. Good. I wonder if it drains when it's turned off. That's a good question. I wonder if turning the iPad off stops. I don't know, though. I've never tried to. I mean, you could probably just turn the iPad off. Well, what happens is when you like let the pencil magnetize to the side of the iPad, a little like pop up comes up and it goes Apple Pencil or Katie's Apple Pencil or whatever, and it says the charge of the pencil. But if your iPad's off, I don't know if you could tell if it's connected. But I guess you could just turn it off for 15 minutes, stick it, and then turn it back on after putting your pencil on and see. I don't know. There are experiments, smart ideas. I'm trying to find where I left off. Sorry. Deplorable condition. Da 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 da. Oh yeah, the World History Society. Such run-on sentences, though. Jesus Christ. The bigwigs wanted to talk natural history, and of course, but some of them no doubt felt a frisson of pleasure in knowing that a real-life pirate at their table. With the public clamoring for more, Dampier published a sequel to A New Voyage in 1699. Bitch. Hi, time. Thank you for resubbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it in. It's been so fucking long. I appreciate you. How are you, love? Thank you. Welcome to hell. Literal horror stories. Real ones, though. The sequel. It included his famous essay, quote, Discourse on Winds. He was a stoner. I'm calling it. End quote. That wasn't part of the title, just my opinion. Which later captains like James Cook and Horatio Nelson considered the best practical guide to sailing they'd ever read. Nice. The essay also greatly advanced the scientific study of winds and currents. Two of Dampier's contemporaries, Isaac Newton and Edmund Halley, of comet fame, of Halley's Comet, had recently published treatises on the origins of tides and rainstorms, respectively. Imagine being the person that figures out tides and rainstorms. Amazing. Dampier's essay that then nailed down where winds and currents come from. In one sweep, then, these three scientists solved several age-old mysteries about the sea and the cyclical movement of water around the globe. And then they kissed. No, they didn't. We normally wouldn't include a pirate in the same company as Halley or Sir Isaac, but Dampier was every bit their equal in this field. That's pretty sexy. Oddly, though, Dampier wasn't in England to see his second book published. He'd actually made very little money from the first one, in part because copyright laws didn't exist then, and most of the book's profits had been scooped up, ironically enough, by literary pirates. Dampier still needed to earn a living somehow. Moreover, he desperately wanted to leave piracy behind and reinvent himself as a respectable scientist. So, the president of the Royal Society introduced Dampier to the First Lord of the Admiralty, who offered him the chance to captain his own ship, the Roebuck. Does that mean something? I don't know. And lead an expedition to New Holland, modern Australia. I didn't know Australia was New Holland. That's hilarious. Despite any reservations he might have had about rejoining the Navy, Dampier accepted. Part of his mission was to scout out commercial opportunities down under. But the main goal was scientific. This was the first explicitly scientific voyage in history. It was the most notable idea anyone had ever heard of, and with Dampier in charge, it was a disaster from the get-go. What the fuck? Dude, David, I wonder if everything else has that stupid planned obsolescence in it made by Apple. I wouldn't be surprised if our iPads and shit do too. I know it's illegal theoretically, but like you and I both know how far that goes. I feel like we're 15 minutes till the end. Well, nah, we can get through. I was thinking it was gonna be one big fat chapter again, and I would have to stop in the middle of the chapter, but I can read. It's only like it's only like 3 pages until the next chapter. It was a disaster from the get-go. Next. Dampier had an air of Thoreau about him, cute. A curmudgeon who delighted in nature but grumbled about his fellow human beings. I feel that. Wait. Same though. Don't make me like him. He also had an arrogant streak. I might have that, who knows. I don't think you know if you have it, right? The pirate ships Dampier cut his teeth on often had a surprisingly democratic ethos. Some even had rudimentary health insurance. Wow. With a sliding compensation scale for lost eyes and limbs. Holy shit. Okay. Dampier, though, was eager to distance himself from his past and abandon all such camaraderie aboard the Roebuck. He decided that he was smarter than everyone else in all matters, scientific and otherwise, and he lacked the charm and political skills to quell the unrest that resulted. Sounds like a douche. Who's Sears Roebuck? Wait. Like, wait, is that like Battlestar Galactica? Stop it. Are you fucking with me? Even when dealing with officers, Dampier's second in command, a naval lieutenant named George Fisher, despised Dampier as a pirate scum. He swore up and down that Dampier was plotting to commandeer the Roebuck and go privateering as soon as they hit open water. The Roebuck set sail in January of 1699, and even before it reached its first stop, the Canary Islands, to stock up on brandy and wine, Dampier and Fisher were quarreling. As one witness reported in that blunt way of sailors, Fisher, quote, gave the captain very reproachful words and bade him kiss the ass. And I have to read it like a British person because it's literally spelled arse. It's just, you have to. Gave the captain very reproachful words and bade him kiss the arse. And he did not care a turd for him. I don't care a turd for you. Turd on you. It's the best insult ever. I recognize the name too. I just can't remember where the fuck it's from. I'm with you on it. It's very familiar. Those tensions erupted into violence in mid-March. Like so many troubles in life, it started with a keg of beer. And he found the ganja, like could have stuck with the good shit. It was a nautical tradition to tap a keg whenever a ship first crossed the equator to let the men blow off some steam in the torrid weather. Good plan, get 'em drunk. Dampier's crew ran through their keg a little quickly, though, and complained that their throats were still parched. They begged Fisher to let them tap a second. Instead of consulting Dampier as Navy regulations required, Fisher gave assent alone! Bitch. It's Fisher's fault. This was hardly mutiny, but Dampier was already on edge. Rumors were swirling that Fisher planned to heave him overboard to feed the sharks, and this deliberate undermining of his authority snapped the first frayed band of restraint he had left. Sexy. Upon seeing the second keg, he grabbed his cane, found the cooper who'd trapped it, and cracked him upside the head! Who'd tapped it, not trapped it, excuse me, the keg. Then he wheeled on Fisher and demanded to know why he'd allowed this. Before Fisher could answer, Dampier clubbed him and proceeded to beat him bloody. Beer. Not even thrice. He then clapped Fisher in leg irons and confined him to a locked cabin for 2 weeks. He was alive. Fisher couldn't leave even to use the head, and had to stew in his own filth. Oh, with the bloody wounds, he's dead. When the ship reached, Bahia? Bahia, I don't know, Bahia, on the Brazilian coast, Dampier had his lieutenant arrested and jailed without food. He was still alive? Damn. Okay. If Dampier thought he'd won his power struggle, however, he miscalculated. The moment his cell door clicked shut, Fisher climbed up his window and began yelling at passerbys in the street, railing about his imprisonment and slandering Dampier left, right, and sideways. He later composed letters to authorities in England to expose the pirate scientist as a tyrant. Fisher's every waking thought was to destroy Dampier. Dampier, in contrast, dealt with the matter by burying his head in natural history. While Fisher plotted, Dampier disappeared into the bush around Bahia, taking notes on indigo and coconuts and tropical birds. The dream. Seriously. One observation in particular on his trek stands out for its historical importance. After observing some flocks of, quote, long-legged fowls, end quote, at different sites, he's going to eat their tongues, Dampier realized that while each flock was distinct, no one group was distinct enough to count as its own species. There was a continuum of variation. So he coined a new word, quote, subspecies. Oh, hot. End quote, to describe this state. That might seem like a minor insight, but Dampier was groping toward an idea about variation in nature and the relationships among species that his admirer Charles Darwin would later run with in On the Origin of Species. Bitch. Everything's connected. I honestly, JS, I was getting the feeling we're gonna come upon that because so many like people were fuck. The Catholic Inquisition in Brazil finally put a stop to Dampier's hikes. They didn't hikes. They didn't relish the thought of a Protestant pirate wandering around and taking notes on everything. And there were rumors afoot that the church planned to arrest or even poison him. The church, though. Perhaps fearing he'd end up in chains next to his second in command, Dampier made haste to sail. He also arranged to ship Fisher back to England to what he no doubt assumed would be a humiliating trial for insubordination. Dampier was only half right. There would be a trial, and humiliations aplenty. Just not for Fisher! Dun dun dun! And that's where I'm going to stop for today, because my voice is going already, and also, it's real close. It's close to that time, and I actually have a fucking meeting. Yay! Whoopee! I love sitting at my desk more! So, what a scary book we're enjoying together. What do you guys think? I think it's written really well, honestly. Like, I stumble all the time, because I am terrible at reading out loud. Thank you for struggling with me. But I like it. I think it's written really well so far. Just like, it's entertaining. Someone said it earlier. It's written like a story more so than just like straight facts or like just journal entries or whatever. They write it kind of like a story, and that's so much more fun to read. I think it's really fun. It's interesting. I'm sure it's going to get really dark and scary, though. Hashtag nervous. Donna, if you have Kindle Unlimited, the book is on Kindle Unlimited. You can go pick it up and catch up or read it on your own if you'd like. I know especially because I'm reading out loud, but also I talk about it a lot with you guys while we're going. I tend to get through books really, really slowly on stream. I mean, if I wanted to read fast, I wouldn't read it on stream. You know what I mean? I like your guys' commentary. I like to make commentary. It's like some of that shit fucking ripped. Oh, I can't even talk about it. The maggot out of his leg inch by inch and ate it. Like, what? Help. Oh, my leg. Oh, no. My asshole's so ruined. Me too. And that's, Donna, I literally was talking about that before we started. We all kind of agreed really a lot on that exact topic, that like history was balls boring when I was in school because they make it so watered down, and so they don't teach us real history because it's ugly. It's messy. History's ugly, messy, and dark and scary, but like that's real history. And I'm sure you guys have all heard there's some like saying about it, but if you ignore history, it's bound to happen again. You're just gonna repeat history if you ignore it. You have to teach people what we've done so that we don't go doing that ugly shit again. I think it's dark. It's oftentimes really fucking ugly, but it's interesting. And I think it's important to, you know, not just accept that fucking, like, cherry-topped, sugar-sprinkled history they try to feed us regularly. Story history is absolutely the best, I agree. It's so much easier to get into, but I'm gonna go make honey tea because, yeah, it was I mean, we've been live for 6 hours, but been reading the book for, like, 2.5. And that's just it's a lot for my poor little throatsies. Tomorrow is allegedly day off day. It's Monday, right? Yeah. Which is actually not really because I have TTRPG at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard every Monday over on twitch.tv/The Wandering Inn. Feel free to join us. I actually play a really angsty teen in the 90s. I'm like a burnout skateboarder. It's like, whatever. It's like, whatever. Talk to the hand, you know? It's actually super dope. We have a really good time. And my powers evolved and they're really fucking please catch up if you haven't caught up on last week's episode. I don't want to spoil it, but holy shit. Holy shit is all I have to say. It was just wild. Oh, holy cocks. That's a link, but that's okay. Chat's not too busy. Longitude. The true story of lone genius who solved the greatest scientific problem of his time. Ooh, what is it though? What's the problem? Don't tease me like that. The longitude problem. Ooh, I love stuff like that. I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep that on my list. Wait, it's bad? Okay, just kidding. No, I won't read that. Just kidding. It's terrible. It sounded interesting. Do you roll to do 6 skateboard tricks? We do. We do like we land sick tricks, yo. And we like hacky sack and we hang out on the bleachers and we spray paint stuff. I'm so tough. I'm so tough. Oh, I hate boring. Oh, fuck that. It's a classic allegedly, but I can't. I'm the same. Like I can't even force myself to get into something that has a boring writer. Is it the intro? Mickey, you're right. This is great music to end with. Nope, I get you. It is the track. I caught it the moment you said it. I think I was a kid. It might have happened. I don't know. I've been told I missed out, but that's just my therapist. And what the fuck does she know? I'm doing great. I love Fallout. It's great. It is a really, really good franchise. I think New Vegas is my favorite ever. Everybody has a different favorite. I think that's mine. It was just so good. So good. But they're all great. Oh, you had to do a report on every oh, fuck that, Donna. Nope. Nope. That's just unnecessary. That's just like that feels like an assignment that your teacher's just trying to get you to prove you read the book. It's like, fuck you. I ain't got time. Were those the first ones you ever played, Mickey? Sometimes I'm convinced like a lot of what we love and what we get attached to is nostalgia. Because if you try to go back, if you try to play them as an adult and you've never played them before, you're like, this is just an old fucking game. But I get it because I have nostalgic attachment to a lot of games that other people are like, what's this? This is just a fucking game. No, they're all good games. I'm just giving you a hard time. Teacher was awful. He hated me before meeting me because of my name. Sounds like a douche. That's all I'm gonna say. We're gonna raid Elle. I fucking love her. She's a peach. She's playing fun games. She's just a super chill person to hang with. I love Elle. She's awesome. I'm gonna go get my dogs outside before my meeting. It isn't as well written. I agree. I agree. I think it's honestly, it's like my bias of, we've got all these beautiful new graphics. It's really hard for me to go back into some of the retro stuff sometimes and get into it. But I agree. I love watching people play it and listening. I would agree with that 100%. Sometimes I think just like, this is just a feeling, but with some games, they rely so heavily on the fact that the game is beautiful that the effort put into the writing is, you know, stupid. Oh, Mickey. Thank you for gifting a sub to David. David, he's a boat wizard. You know, consensuality and all those things. Itch. Okay. Anyways, let's raid. Tomorrow, allegedly, day off day. So I won't be here, but if you'd like to, stare at my strange face, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard, twitch.tv/the wandering in RP fun times. If not, I'll be back here Tuesday morning, bright and early, for shenanigans and weed. I love you.